Hey everyone, welcome back to our third episode of Shadowrun 5th edition. This time it's a new mission. Let's see what kind of shenanigans our players are going to get into today, guided by our wonderful Shadowfriend Game Master. Unfortunately, if you can see that our friend Mike Burns is currently a sketch, that's why he's not gonna be able to make today's session. But we still can make it fun. I mean, we still have 3 disaster people here. It's gonna be fine.
Excuse you, there's 4 disaster people here.
Okay, 4 disaster people, including our game master. So yeah, before we start off with our game, let's all introduce ourselves. Hi, I'm Phoenix Writes TV here on Twitch, and Phoenix Writes with 2 S's on Twitter. Where can you find me? Of course, you can find me here on Fool's Moon Entertainment Inc. I am the stream producer, and also, I may have a project in the not so distant future with Soul Wars RPG soon, and we will see what happens if the stars align for other future projects. Be sure to check it out. Check out my Twitter for all of the updates. But seriously, I do. It's mostly I'm mostly on Twitter. Anyway, awkward introduction over. Let's move on to our game master, Shadowfriend.
Hi there, Shadowfriend here. Sir Shadowfriend on Twitter. I can be found there, allegedly, and also here on Saturdays. Also, shout out to Lady Teratophilia, who just followed us and confirmed that I'm a disaster person. Thank you, dear wife. I'm looking forward to setting you all up against my latest mission, and I hope you all viewers will enjoy it. Well, take it away. Who wants to be next here? Don, you're next.
All right. So, I'm Don. You can find me as one half of the DGG group on Twitter at GamesDam. I do a bunch of stuff with tabletop RPGs and game content in general. I'm excited to play as Velvet, and we'll see what kind of weird shenanigans I get into this time.
Weird shenanigans indeed.
And I guess I'm last here, so hi everybody, my name is Zach. You can find me on Twitter at Schedule4Launch, and there on my podcast of the same name, where I interview indie creators and discover more about their projects. There's a lot of exciting stuff happening. We just recently hit 500 followers there. I think as of today, we've hit 1,500 listens on the podcast, which is very exciting for me. And you can also find me over Tuesdays on the Tale of the Void stream on Twitch, where I play a disaster captain instead of a disaster father.
Oh. Ooh.
The
Awesome.
theme for mine, characters that are doing things they really shouldn't
Disasters. You know,
Disasters.
It's our favorite theme, disasters. All right, so without further ado, I'm going to go leave our. I'm gonna go give it to our game master. If anyone else, the links for everyone currently on stream is on our chat. Be sure to check us all out, and please support us. We are small creators who are just trying our best. Seriously. So, take it away, Shadow.
All right. So, you have been laying low for a little bit after your museum heist, like a week ago. But despite news being all over that and reporting on how you made away with, or someone, you obviously, made it away with this old magic voodoo mask or something like that, there hasn't been any trouble for you. You seem to have gone away scot-free. And as you've seen to your lives and your rent and bills, you get there's a thing on Velvet's comlink there's a message from one of his fixers, Ursa, who has a job for him. And Ursa isn't very talkative today, but has given you all directions to dress well and head over to the Mermaid's Rest restaurant on the waterfront when at 3 in the afternoon tomorrow, if you're interested in a job. And points out that, hey, your team might want to come too.
Sounds good. So, I will go ahead and reach out and see if I can get a hold of Harley first and try to get their attention.
Are you going to message me or are you going to call me?
I'll just send you a quick message. It says, hey, looks like I might have a lead on a job at 3 p.m. tomorrow at the Mermaid's Rest. It says dress nice. So
It takes about 30 minutes before you get a simple message back that says, "Okay, see you there."
I also basically send a duplicate message out to Fenris and Michael, but I'll see who I can get in response.
You get more or less like the same thing. Just more or less, you get a message from Fenris asking if you've worked with the person before, like what the reputation of your
Who, what, where, when,
contact
how,
was.
why.
Yeah. He's going. It's just curious.
Ursa's usually on the level, I think.
All right. I'll see you there.
All right. So, plan on heading over then.
All right. So, the message from Ursa also included that you're meeting Mrs. Johnson, and that she has a reservation. So, when you arrive, this is in a pretty nice part of town on the waterfront, and the Mermaid's Rest is a very special restaurant. It's actually underwater.
Oh.
So you enter, obviously at ground level, but then quickly are led downstairs through a glass corridor stairway situation down towards the bottom of the Puget Sound, where it opens into a large domed restaurant where you can see all the ocean life outside. There isn't any right now, but part of their marketing is that sometimes you can see mermaids swimming past.
Whoa.
Cool.
And
Mike would not like this, but I'm glad he's resting right now.
Yeah, I'd be worried about how Mike would feel about react to
water.
Well, not just water, but
Mermaids.
yeah, that's the other part. Yeah.
Yeah. I know. Poor guy, though.
All right. Uh-oh. I bet there's a story behind that.
You really want to know? I'll let Mike tell it to you.
Well, yeah.
Fair. So,
as you make your way into the domed restaurant area, the host motions you to follow, and at the table at the far end, you see a very well-dressed lady. She looks to be in her mid-40s, and she seems maybe just a little bit on edge.
Mm-hmm.
Velvet,
Okay.
I'm thinking you should take the lead on this one, at least for getting us over there.
All right. I will try to play it cool. I automatically feel totally out of place in this super nice underwater, like, really, really, bougie, awesome place. I'm like, all right. I'll just kind of like saunter over. Hi.
I'm from behind Velvet. You see this well-dressed, charming-looking troll just trying and currently silently praying that Velvet doesn't stumble.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be great. I'm like, hi, I Mrs. Johnson, I presume.
What? Oh, yes. Ah, you are the talent I requested. Please have a seat.
Okay.
Good afternoon,
Oh,
Mrs.
this-
Johnson. I say as I sit next to this clammy-looking Velvet right now.
Yeah, I'm just like,
Fenris just pulls up a seat and just sits quietly, just nods towards Mrs. Johnson.
So, I have some business I need to discuss with you. Would you care for something to eat while we talk about this?
sure, why not?
Of course, madam, if you wouldn't mind.
And without any noticeable gesture or anything, a waiter drops off 3 menus for you, and you can just... These are physical menus, not the digital version you have at most restaurants. And, as you quickly realize looking at it, they serve real food, not the soy-based substitutes that everyone else eats. No soy burgers or soy shrimp or anything like that. It's actual food. And being an underwater restaurant, they obviously have a very large seafood section.
I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed looking at the menu.
Fenris is just kind of flipping through, trying to figure out what to order.
So, well, see, here's the thing I need your help with. I need you to find a missing person.
Missing person?
Yeah, Fenris looks up, like, what?
Yes. Normally, of course, one would contact the authorities when someone goes missing, but I need to keep this secret. It cannot come out at all that this young lady is missing, and that's why you are here. As I understand, you can keep things quiet.
I definitely do pride myself on trying to maintain a low profile.
Good. See, in a few weeks here, there's going to be a high society ball. It's one of those good old-fashioned traditions we have, where we introduce our young teenagers to actual polite society. And, well, my daughter is supposed to be there, but she's not available. We believe she has been either taken or, I perish the thought, run off with some biker gang. And if this became known, it would be, I don't know, if we could recover from such a scandal. That's just not something that is done.
I see.
And I need you to find her and retrieve her. the sooner the better, obviously, but before the ball here in 3 weeks is
3
absolute.
weeks. Well, Mrs. Johnson, this is certainly an interesting case. Is there any details that do you know any details that might indicate where the most probable outcome would be? Was there any enemies within your family or anyone who's been lurking about? Any relations that your daughter seems to have?
It's hard to say for sure. I've been trying to give my daughter a decent amount of privacy. Goodness no, I didn't growing up, but now I kind of regret that because I don't know much about her life or who she has contact with outside the private school, and they are not the type at all. They have been very discreet at the school, obviously, but it's getting difficult to keep her absence sensible and questions at bay, and spirits forbid paparazzi find out. But I have very few leads. But I'm not an expert in this sort of thing. I'm sure you are much better at knowing what to look for to locate an errant girl like this.
Mrs. Johnson, I have a question.
Of course.
What's your daughter's name?
Her name is Melissa.
Okay, Melissa.
Oh, right. You need a last name, of course.
There are a lot of Melissas here.
Yes, Carrington. Melissa Carrington.
Melissa Carrington.
And you said that she may have ties with a certain group. Do you have a name for that group, or what? There's a lot
of there's
go-go gangs around here.
Some few weeks ago, there was some kind of biker gang that hung out a little bit too much around her school, the Ivory Conservatory, but they were dealt with and chased off. But as I understand it, through the rumor mill, they caused quite a stir amongst the young ladies there, and really getting them and their silly little youthful hearts all riled up and just impressed by these bad boys. And it was just not the way things were supposed to be. But I'm concerned that my daughter may have gotten herself either involved with them or noticed by them, or there has been no ransom demands for anything, but I'm concerned that such a thing might happen. I'm fairly convinced that they're involved, and if they are, I would like to add to your job that I want that gang, and especially their leader, taken out of circulation.
I see.
I hide my surprise behind the menu and send a quick message to Haley on my comms asking, biker gang near Ivory Conservatory? ?
I continue to look up. Now, how old did you say that Melissa was?
She is turning 16 in a week.
16, 15, almost 16.
Wow.
Makes me want to break out into. Makes me want to break out into The Sound of Music
You can see that Fenris is kind of like really attentively putting at this. There's something about this situation that he doesn't like, and he's not sure what it is yet, but he's not sure if it's like a parent to a parent kind of thing, or if it's the idea of like debutante society that he doesn't like. But there's something off that he, maybe not to Mrs. Johnson because his charisma is so low, but like Harley will definitely pick up that there's some sort of frustration in the way that Fenris is sitting.
Yeah, I can see that. Harley, I can definitely see that this case, either this case or Mrs. Johnson's flippant way of explaining what's going on is making my dearly dad of the year friend right here a little bit uncomfortable. A lot uncomfortable, really. Ooh.
As the like kind of members of society we are, how much will we know about like debutante society and
probably not much at all. You have a corporate background, Fenris, so
yeah.
You may have heard of how the higher ups are involved with this. It's a little bit of... It's not quite as prevalent these days as it was like 200 years ago, especially when there was the merging of old money and new money.
Okay, so it's like...
But it's still a thing that some families and it is involved with, especially within that really high up in the corporations. Now, obviously, the young ladies are active in the world prior to their debutante ball, because there's the equivalent of Facebook and Snapchat and all that in the future also. But it's more of a coming of age ceremony for the upper crust.
Gotcha.
And you have heard that specifically the All-American Megacorp Ares is the most likely to have corporate families that engage in this sort of activity.
Okay.
So, Mrs. Johnson, you're talking about searching for your daughter, but at the same time, you seem to have a lot of animosity for this biker gang.
Just the fact that they dare to sully such the neighborhood around such a nice school as the Ivory Conservatory that's just atrocious. And the fact that they may have somehow gotten their hands on my daughter is just... No, that's just not something that can be had. It must be dealt with.
Of course, madam. I give her my most charming smile.
She smiles back.
Well, Mrs. Johnson, I believe, personally, I don't have any other questions for you at the moment, except that, does your daughter happen to have any close friends in the conservatory?
She has a few, yes. Like, there's a clique of 3 or 4 she hangs out with on the regular, and I've heard her talk about. Some of them are from out of town and actually live in the school's dormitory section, but since Melissa lives here in town, then she only goes there over day. No need for her to be in boarding school in her own hometown, after all.
Of course. Before we talk more about payments, I look at Velvet and Fenris. Do you
Velvet's like staring at the menu intensely, just listening. Like,
Okay, I quickly turn away from Velvet and look at Fenris. Do you have
He's paying
anything?
attention.
Huh?
He's paying attention, but he's like kind of like stone faced right now.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to take a lead now. And I'm going to turn back to Mrs. Johnson. I'm gonna say, well, Mrs. Johnson, it seems like there's no objections from my colleagues, and I believe we don't have any more questions for you. Let's talk numbers, shall we?
Of course.
So, Mrs. Johnson, for the retrieval and for the search and retrieval of your daughter, how much are we talking about here?
Oh, I've never really done this thing before, so, what is the usual going rate for these things?
Fenris looks up and he says, "A missing person is one thing. The elimination of a group is a whole another thing."
Yes, it'll be two
Yes, of
rates.
course.
There will be 2 payments for that, Mrs. Johnson. And of course, GM, do I know the standard rate of like searching for people?
You would have a decent idea, I think, yes. So, let's see if I can guess what a decent idea is.
Well, let's see. Because there's the fact that we're not only are we looking for her, but we're looking for her without being able to advertise she's missing.
Yeah.
yeah, it's the discretion part that's
the
going to be a high
discretion
dollar.
part that's going to be expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also because if she's a runaway, then we're basically
A runaway
kidnapping.
is very different. Yeah.
Yeah, then you're counter kidnapping her.
Yeah, it's either we're counter
Well, if she's a
kidnapping
runaway,
her
we're the
or
kidnappers.
we're kidnapping her.
On the behalf of her parents.
Yeah.
And if she is in fact a runaway, you're also contending with the fact that she probably does not want to be found.
Exactly.
So I guess it's up to what your time is. You think your time is worth, and what you want in payment.
We have okay, our magician is not in the team right now, but the talents we have right now are we have I'm gonna okay, back to in character. I'm gonna look at Mrs. Johnson and I'm gonna say, well, we're dealing with 2 different matters here, Mrs. Johnson. And as you know, discretion is of utmost importance in situations like this. I would
Yes,
have
of
to
course.
say that seems like a fair price if we do 50,000 new yen each for the retrieval of your daughter with utmost discretion.
Fenris,
No one
like,
will even find out.
Fenris drops his fork and then he's like, "Oh, sorry."
It's like straight face, no reaction from Harley at all.
Velvet's like, I think I'll have the ceviche. All like squeaky and kind of like.
He's like
Just
under
like
Like
that.
the only one
looking.
who's not flustered right now is Harley, because Harley knows they can probably get this woman to agree in the right circumstances. He has
Yes.
no idea.
I'm gonna make a little dice roll here.
The
Yeah, I
dice
guess the
roll of
question is-
ominous.
How familiar is she with Shadowrunners?
Just from what she says, she's not.
Not
I just
Very.
assume everything this woman's saying is a lie.
But biz is biz.
that is possible. That is possible.
Business is still business.
There's a
Uh,
twofold reason. Fenris, you know that there's always a twofold reason as to why Harley would throw out a big number.
Yeah, so that they counter it, and everybody walks away happy. And if they don't, then we get big money.
Yep.
So.
All right. I rolled 2 successes for her. 50,000. That is a substantial amount of money. How about 40 for the discreet retrieval of my daughter and the elimination of this gang if they are in fact involved?
While Fenris is underneath, he'll send a message that says, go for 30 for the retrieval, 20 for the elimination. That way we can do one or the other and still get a bonus, like a big pay. Like, kind of like that through the comms.
Okay. Harley doesn't react, but you feel a tap on like your your knee from under the table, signaling a yes. And Harley's gonna look at Harley's still looking at Mrs. Johnson, and they're gonna smile and say, Mrs. Johnson, you have to understand. This is 2 different operations. I would say 35 for the retrieval, 20 for the elimination.
Say 30 for the retrieval and 15 for the elimination. And I believe I can accept that.
Retrieval, 15 elimination. I'm gonna make it. I'm going to be silent for a little bit, and then just make it just prolong the silence. But I know that I'm already gonna accept this. If this is just a small biker gang, 15 is already a big. 15 is already big money for taking off, for eliminating a biker gang. Probably should be
pretty decent.
Probably feels like a price for. Yeah, it feels a little high. After like maybe a 30-second pause, like as if Harley is thinking about it, they'll say, "Okay, Mrs. Johnson, drive a hard bargain, but I think we'll take you up on your offer. Of course, and this is the understanding that this is either or. Either retrieve her, or we eliminate, or do both. Are we understood?" And
Yes.
Perfect. And I reach out my hand across the table for a handshake.
She hesitates for a second, and then she reaches over and shakes your hand.
Mrs. Johnson, I do have one more question.
Yes, of course.
What does your daughter order when she comes here?
She likes the lobster a whole lot.
Okay, we'll go with that.
At this point, a waiter comes up to you and like, can I take your orders?
Fenris orders that.
1 lobster,
We'll take your seafood platter.
Seafood platter,
Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. The seafood platter sounds fine. Yeah.
2
Just like
seafood platters. And for you, Mrs. Oh, the usual, she says. Of course. And he walks off. Is there... Right. You will need to know what she looks like, of course.
Fenris already having run a search, spins the deck to show her like her main profile. It's like, this is what your daughter looks like. And he slides.
Yes, it is. Oh, well, you certainly know how to track people online.
We are good at what we do, Mrs. Johnson.
Clearly. But yes, that
like
is
literally
her.
just like facebook.com, and then it was like the first result.
Yeah.
We're so good.
And
the best.
yes, of course. And she hands you a small slip of paper also. When you find her, you can reach me on this number. I'm available there at any time of the day, any day.
Okay.
Now, ma'am, are there any very distinguishing features of your daughter? I assume she doesn't have a tattoo, but any marks, anything? We don't know. If she is a runaway, there's a very good chance she'll have changed how she looks.
Yes, of course. Well, as you can see, she is blonde, but that's easy enough to change, obviously. She's not supposed to have any tattoos, but oh no, I don't want to think about that possibility. Well, that can be easy enough rectified if that has happened, but no, there shouldn't be. No marks or anything, no scars, no birthmarks, nothing like that. She was talking about wanting to get cybernetic ear implants, but I said no to that because she couldn't specify why she needed them, and she is, after all, not of age yet, so... But, who knows? She's been gone for a week. I mean, who knows what she's been getting up to?
So, what are some of the, I don't know, like, Zach doesn't know this, but Fenris would. What are some of, like, the implications for why somebody might want a cybernetic ear implant?
Better hearing, possibility to tune out specific sounds. It might just be a status thing in her social group right now. Might be a fad to have cyber ears. It varies, all sorts of things. Usually they come with an audio link, so you don't need to have like earbuds or whatever, or a microphone to use the hands-free of your comm link.
Okay, so it's like a hands-free thing.
Yeah, that's the basic. And then you can add things into it.
Would this kind of be like the equivalent of like an actual world version of Fenris's Hot Sim? Like stuff like
no,
that? Like,
really.
I mean, like on the equal grounds where it's like it's a convenience thing and it does a lot of features.
Convenience thing is definitely something, yes.
Okay.
But you can get the same thing simply by putting on a tiny little trope net thing that you can do your hair, and
Bless you.
And you get the same effect. So there's no need for invasive surgery in order to get this ability.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So, any more questions for Mrs. Johnson?
I think it just, for Fenris, he doesn't have any other questions, but it'll be questions about, like, oh, what did you do with her, like, growing up? Like, what kind of things was she involved with? Like, those kind of, like, parent-to-parent things without...
While Fenris is trying to have casual conversation with Mrs. Johnson, Harley is gonna, from the corner of their eye while eating, is going to just observe the body language of Mrs. Johnson whenever she talks about her daughter. I want to see what she really feels about her daughter.
That's what Fenris is getting at too. He's trying to drag that out.
Mm.
If she's a status thing, or if this is actually a woman who truly deeply cares.
You, well, let's see here. What would be a good role for that, actually?
Perception?
Perception would be one, possibly, yes. You could also roll your con, because that is used to spot if someone is lying to you. In fact, you could roll both.
Con
to
and
see-
perception. One roll each.
Yes, one roll each.
Okay, let's
See
start with
what you get.
con.
Because in like Fenris's mind, if Vivian was missing, he would probably look for, like, be willing to hire runners, but there's something off and he doesn't like it.
I think that's 3 successes and 2 glitch.
Yeah. Was that
that
the
is
con
con.
or the perception? That was a con, okay.
And this is my perception.
All right. That's pretty good. You get the impression that when she talks about how she had horseback riding lessons in the English countryside when she was younger, and other high society stuff like that, she is being truthful, and you get the impression that she does indeed care about her daughter. Some of it would be, from your perception, marred by the feeling that, yes, a daughter is a bit of a status symbol and a bargaining chip in high society politics. But this is a woman that actually cares about her daughter. Not necessarily in the same way that Fenris would, but Fenris also had different social pressures on him throughout his life.
I'm not gonna comment anything, I'm just gonna eat.
The seafood platters are excellent, as is the lobster.
Nice.
So Fenris only eats about a quarter of it, and he will be saving and bringing the rest home one way or another.
Nice.
Just like a dad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just a dad.
Velvet's
It's real
like
food. It is real food.
Velvet's really uncomfortable being like in the spotlight, so as a knee-jerk reaction while they're discussing things, he's going to drop into astral perception to kind of drown everything out and see if there's anything else going on.
Something else going on in what way? Sorry, I was checking.
Well, just reviewing, or just like dropping into astral perception to look around, and also to help drown out all of the noise and being in the spotlight.
Astral space is pretty much what you'd expect in this time and place. It's, you spot another patron who might be magically awakened, and but they're just seeming to enjoy their early dinner or late lunch, and nothing special about that.
All right.
Do you have any further questions or requests from Mrs. Johnson before you extradite yourself from the restaurant? Having chit-chatted about her daughter's past?
No questions at all.
All right. Well then, my new friends, I will be looking forward to hearing from you as soon as possible with good news.
Mrs. Johnson, I can assure you we'll make sure your daughter's safe.
Thank you. It is good to hear this. Now, if you excuse me, I have other matters I need to attend to. So I bid you a good afternoon.
Of course.
And
Have a good day, Mrs. Johnson.
Take care.
she smiles and nods at you, and then she walks off. And you are remaining there, enjoying your meal, and go ahead. What do you talk about?
I don't trust the people working in this place, so I'm gonna use my comms to send a message to Fenris. Be like, so what do you think? Also, did Haley ever reply to me?
She does get back to you, and yes, there has been. She's heard about this motorcycle gang, Sprawl Go gang that's been hanging out around there recently. Not so much since Lone Star drove them off. That's the foreign police force. Their bikes were apparently painted with neon blue and green flames.
Neon blue and green flames.
Yes.
Interesting. Interesting choice of neon.
But she don't know the name of this gang. It seems to be relatively new in the Sprawl.
New gang, okay.
Alright.
Now, with my street knowledge for runner hangouts, would I know anywhere where Go gangs might hang out and where I might be able to find information?
Mostly in the rougher parts of town, but they're all over.
Yeah.
Most of the turf in Go Gang circles is controlled by the Halloweeners, who are absolutely bonkers and out of their minds, and the Ancients, who are all elves.
Okay.
So seeing as I also have knowledge and I do have that perk, street politics.
Oh.
Do I have any gangs that I can get in contact with?
The thing is that this gang is probably an upstart and pretty ballsy to hang out in high society areas.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that would definitely be ballsy for most gangs, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So what would I be able to do or know about this?
You have and see your perks was know a guy in street politics. Yes, you can. Harley can quite easily narrow down some areas where they're unlikely to be, because that is already controlled by some pretty tough crowds.
Yeah.
So they're quite likely out, like in the Barrens, probably at the really bad outskirts of town, close to where the nuclear contaminated areas outside of actual habitation is, and some other somewhat toxic areas. But still, it's not so much that these areas of mostly abandoned town is actually toxic, but it's the proximity and the fact that not even the homeless really want to live there. That's most likely where they could have established themselves, but there's no guarantee they could really be hiding out anywhere, but there's a good chance.
A lot of superstition, yeah.
Yes. There's a lot of superstition going around, also actual superstition, because of who knows what magic does with the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
To respond to what Harley said, Fenris will look to her and go, I don't trust any of this. Something feels off. Maybe it's just me in high society, but
What bothers me about this whole thing is how casually this person wants us to do wet work.
the level of discretion is off-putting for somebody whose daughter is missing.
That's true.
To me, it feels like she's trying to save face over top of finding her kid.
That is true. That seems like they're covering this up too much, and she's so blasé about killing.
Yeah.
That's the thing, too.
Like,
Now-
it doesn't even bother her that she's essentially asking us to off probably like a whole gang.
I've already thought about a number of workarounds for that without needing to spill much bloodshed, because our dear Mrs. Johnson, and then I'll like pull up Melissa Carrington's Facebook thing and like look at where it's like the relationships and try and find what her mom's name is, because there's no way she hasn't tagged her mom in something.
Yep.
True.
And I'll use her like her real name for this situation.
What's her real
Yes.
name?
Geraldine Carrington.
Oh.
Our dear Mrs. Johnson, Miss Geraldine, has no idea what she's talking about. And she asked us to remove the gang. There are a lot of ways to remove a gang.
Yeah, I know. She only said remove. Never said anything about killing in particular.
So, I'll show you what I'm working on later.
Alright. We need to scope this. You know what? We need to scope this area out. Because, according to my contacts, these people are very new. This gang, anyway.
We should also check in on the Ivory Conservatory and her friends.
Yes, exactly.
I think I know a way for us to get into the conservatory, to at least talk to the higher-ups. From what I gathered there, they are aware to an extent.
Of something going on.
Yeah. Was that kind of the impression we were giving, that the school knows she's like missing, or is just she's like, oh, the school's covering the absences for us?
She's absent from school. They don't necessarily know she's missing, but she's absent on, for the moment, believable circumstances.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we can always take that we're investigating the gang approach.
That was my thought too.
Yeah. Because we definitely look like investigators. I look at my two companions.
I mean,
I
don't have to be seen.
I'll just go put on my other suit. Like,
That's true. Wear something a little more refined, Fenris. This is why your daughter doesn't. And I start fixing his suit. This is why your daughter doesn't like being seen with you in public. Look at this, sloppy.
You say as you fix his suit with hands as big as his head.
Yep. It's surprisingly delicate how
I was gonna say,
Harley is fixing the suit and the creases and everything.
yeah, well, it's not my strong suit. That's suit spelled with an E. He hears Velvet say that, he just like finger guns towards him.
Oh god, two dad humors right here. Sometimes I miss Mike.
Listen, let's be perfectly fair. If Mike was here, there's a good chance that he just points to the ocean. He's like, there's a good chance that would be coming into here at this point.
That's true. That is true. It was a better decision not to have Mike right now.
We've got stories for you down the line, Velvet. Don't you worry.
Yep.
Well, that
We have a
sounds
few things to catch
entertaining.
you up on. No worry. And we have a few stories of you now too, you know. And I imitate a taser.
Yeah. Those hurt.
So, how do you want to proceed here now? You have finished your very fine food, and you have discussed your suspicions and have some ideas of how to proceed. What would you do next?
First, I'd like to bring the food back to Vivian before running a total search through the house on any cracks that might be with her, like basically I'm trying to broadband search her friend group through online means, what's openly publicly accessible.
Yeah. As you come home to drop off the food to Vivian, she rolls up to you in her wheelchair and says, "Hey, Dad, what's this thing that's going on across the street just down there?" And you look out the window and you see some workmen putting up a big sign over one of the empty business fronts. And the sign seems to read, "Church of Eternal Resurrection."
I'm not totally sure, Viv. Do you want to go check it out? Maybe we can ask?
Church stuff. I'm just curious what's going on over there, because nothing really ever happens around here, so I was just wondering why someone would set up shop here.
It seems like an odd place for the church, yeah. Maybe we can figure it out online. There's probably someone somewhere doing something. Our mom might know something about it.
Yeah, that's fair. And she goes back to her room and...
Oh, wait, before you go.
Yeah?
Here. And he basically hands her, the food. It's like, I had to try a little bit of it, but it's real. So, sit down, eat up.
Real food? Not soy-based?
Yeah.
Wow. How did you afford this, Dad?
Actually, a friend who I from an old job kind of offered to pay. They're fairly well off now, and they're having some concerns. So they were wondering if we knew anything, but no such luck right now.
Yeah. She sits down and eats up, and while she's eating, you hear a slight buzzing somewhere in the apartment, but you can't quite figure out where it is. Seems to be moving around.
Like a buzzing, like a machine, or like an insect, or
somewhere in between, like a really, really tiny machine or a really, really big bug.
Hey, give me a sec, Vivian. I'm gonna go check something out. You start walking, listening and walking towards the noise.
As you try to find it, it kind of moves off, leading on a merry little chase.
He's just got the fly swatter, and he's like, "Where is it?"
Vivian finds this very, very amusing and giggles as you chase this weird bug that you haven't been able to spot.
He turns to her and he's like, you hear it too, right? Like, it's in the house.
Hear what, Dad?
You're
This is when cute child messing with dad.
He's like, no idea. It's driving him nuts. Just like in every room. Eventually, like, he gets to like his office and he's just like, he's got his eyes closed and he's like trying to like tune into where it is. Is it in the room with him?
It might have been, but it seems to have left because you can't hear anything.
Goes back and sits down. Like, I'll find it and I will kill it.
And as you say that, right next to Vivian, where she sits at dinner, lands a tiny little drone, about yay big, and like, I don't know what you're looking for, Dad. How could there ever be anything buzzing around in this apartment?
He kind of like slumps down with the fly swatter and like takes a look at it. He goes, Vivian, where'd you get this?
Oh, off the used shelf in the mechanics store not far from school. It's a neat little drone. It has a little camera in it. I've been flying it around and see if I can see things from a different perspective. It's kind of fun.
Did Gideon teach you how to set it up?
Yeah.
I thought he did. Okay. He like pauses for a second. He's like, don't do anything illegal with it.
No, of course not. I'm just flying around looking at the streets from above, really.
And then he looks at her and he's like, well, there's your first task. Go spy on the church.
Oh, yeah. I can do that. And the thing takes off and buzzes out through a cracked window.
He kind of like smiles and sits down and beside her and has whatever like typical food like he would have.
Mm-hmm.
And watches as she enjoys the lobster, and his thoughts trail off to Melissa, who he's not sure like where she's at. And then he pauses and he goes, Vivian, do you know anything about the Ivory Conservatory?
I've heard about it. Is that some fancy school or something for like really rich corp people?
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah, that's about it, the high and low of it.
Nothing like overly nasty around school. They're not talking about anything like that, or
No.
any of the biker gangs that hang out there.
Biker gangs at that school?
Yeah, that's what I said too. Neon,
No,
blue,
I
and
haven't
green
heard anything
flames.
like that, Dad.
Okay. And he gets up and he kisses her on the forehead, and then he goes, all right, I gotta get back out. I am scared that Harley will try and eat somebody if I am not around too long.
Somewhere in Harley's
Don't be silly,
apartment,
Dad. She wouldn't do that.
Harley is eating ramen and just starts choking.
All right. As Fenris has been doing this, what has Velvet and Harley been up to?
So
Probably choking on ramen.
before Harley actually even goes home, Harley takes a quick detour, still wearing pressed, nice-looking suit. Quick detour on the street where the Ivory Conservatory is.
Oh,
And I'm just gonna do a walk around. Take a look around and see what do I find. Anything curious that I find along this street near the conservatory.
no, it's in, once again, a fairly nice part of town, but different from what you've been in previously. This is more out towards the edge of town, the nice edge of town.
Mhm.
And they actually have extensive grounds of greenery with lawns and trees and stuff, which is, due to the property values in the Seattle Metroplex, really extravagant.
Yeah.
And they seem to be 3 main buildings. One that is quite clearly administration. It's relatively small. Then there's one that you think might be the dorm building because of the number of kids that hang out around it after school hours are over. And the third building is probably where the lectures are.
Okay, admin, dorms, and lecture halls.
Though you can't see it from your walk by, there is probably like a gym hall and sports field somewhere on the grounds, but they're probably behind those buildings if they exist.
So, and then some sport area. Trying to see if I can find any sort of evidence that this biker gang actually hangs out here.
Do you just look around for clues, or do you ask people?
I'm gonna look around, but if I don't see anything, I'm gonna try and approach someone who I think will not be threatened by a 7-foot troll approaching them.
In this neighborhood?
I am a well-dressed, good-looking troll, by the way.
Yes, you will probably set them at ease, even though this is predominantly a human and elven area. And asking around, because you don't find any physical clues, you do pick up some rumors that yes, there was some gang that was hanging out and driving around in this neighborhood a while ago, but they were usually just drove through. Once they started stopping and hanging out, Lone Star was on them like, well, they wouldn't use a fly on crap as an expression, but something to that effect.
Yeah.
And drove them off.
Okay,
And haven't seen them around for like 2 weeks. It tends to be the general consensus, somewhere there around 1 to 2 weeks.
Oh wait, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe a week ago they were last seen. People are not really sure. Some say they haven't seen them themselves, but they heard about them being here. So information is a little bit shaky since the rumor mill has been at it. But there was definitely a gang around here.
Was there anyone that I asked who ever mentioned anything related to the gang and maybe a student?
Sorry, what was that last part?
Is there among all of the people that I asked?
Yep.
Was there maybe anyone who let slip anything about maybe a student being seen with the gang?
Oh. Let's have a look here. No, you don't get any of that. But some speculate that it might have been possible, but they haven't heard any of that themselves.
All hearsay. Okay. If I like basically run into a brick wall with my brief walk around, I'm gonna go home, and after inexplicably choking on my ramen dinner, I'm gonna send a message to Fenris and Velvet. It's gonna say, did a walkabout near the school. Lots of gossip, lots of rumors. Lone Star apparently chased away the gang 2 weeks ago. Question mark, question mark. Curious. Should we try to ask the school or should we go to the Barrens?
We can do both, really.
Which one first?
You know, here, let's get some fake identification set up first to get into the school. After that, we can go check things out in the Barrens and then swing back to the school if we need to.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We have 3 weeks, so
Fair.
Yeah. But one thing we should take into consideration is depending on the condition of the daughter, they may need more time.
that's another thing to think about as well.
Because I just feel like this might be complicated.
It's a tricky job, that's for sure.
Mhm.
Definitely gonna earn our cash.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just glad we're out of that place. Ugh.
I didn't like it much either. Food was good, though.
Yeah. Been forever since I had fish that didn't glow.
All right. Has Velvet done anything special while Holly took her walk and Fenris returned home briefly?
The moment Velvet got out of that restaurant, they drove as quickly as they could to the nearest dive bar outside of the fancy area of town to calm their nerves. He's like, I don't know. Wow, that was a lot of pressure. Whew. Oh. Then he headed to his squat and was like, I know, Wolf. I know I'm supposed to be more with the pack and everything. But that was hard. That was a lot. Whew. And just kind of meditates and thinks about this new connection and all of the weirdness of being directed by this being.
Your new spirit guide.
Yeah.
All right.
I guess I'd shoot a message to Fenris, or to Velvet as well, and go, hey, Velvet, you ride, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Worst case scenario, how do you feel about redetailing the bike's paint a bit?
I mean, yeah, I'm not that attached to it. It's just go on rides. So yeah, I could do that.
I'm just thinking, nothing ticks off most Go gangs than somebody stealing their paint. So
That's
it'd be a very
fair.
quick way to find them,
We could go fishing.
basically. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's another option.
That is a very ominous sound, GM. Oh my goodness.
He didn't think about it. He thought it was a pretty good idea.
Sounds awesome to me.
Yeah, you've done about half the things I thought of, and the other half is the things I didn't think of. So,
Par for the course.
yeah.
Yep.
Let's see here. Give me just a second. There's something I want to check really fast. You guys can keep going. I'm just going to check something in
Yeah,
finance
I'm
section.
perfectly okay with that. As long as we're in the rough part of town and not that.
I just realized Harley has a lot of leftover money from basically only buying a few things.
Yeah, I tried to spend as much because I'm pretty sure you only get to keep 5,000 at the starting. So
Okay. So you're gonna go check out the Barrens really and see if you can find their hideout or HQ or whatever they're
Sorry, chat, if
have
you
set
heard a
themselves up.
clap, that was a mosquito just flew into my face.
Oh,
Ooh.
Yeah.
That mosquito regrets its life's decisions.
Are you
Yeah.
sure it wasn't a drone?
It wasn't buzzing that loudly.
Okay, so which method do you choose for? Are you just driving around? Are you going to be asking around? How do you want to approach?
I'm gonna let you guys. What do you want to do? And while
That
we're
sounds
doing
like
that,
my
let's see
bike's
if
gonna
I'm
be getting
running
a
an
paint
ad.
job.
But seriously, what do we do? Because, like, I mean, we could do a whole montage of, like, basically spray painting Velvet's bike.
on another note, bikes are really cheap.
Yeah.
They are. Like, I was looking at the bikes and it's like,
Yeah, I was
Interesting.
thinking it might just be good to have a bike, actually.
I mean, a Harley can probably fit on one of the bigger bikes.
Yeah.
On a Harley Davidson.
Harley
On
Davidson.
a
Sports
Harley
Cam.
Davidson, yeah. Harley on a Harley Davidson. There's a joke there somewhere.
Yep, there is.
Harley riding a Harley. There it is.
And I think we're back from our ad break, yes?
Yes.
All right. So, which things first? Are you going to start asking questions in the Barrens for a motorcycle gang with those colors, or are you going to do a little scouting?
I'm gonna turn to Velvet because this is Velvet's thing, you know? I'm hoping this is Velvet's thing.
On another note, Velvet, we can also pick up bikes. I
Yeah,
can pick up a bike. I'm not going to speak for Harley there. And we can stir up some attention before going in.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm more than happy to try to scout out and figure out where we're going. I don't know what we would like to try to accomplish. Like, are we just trying to locate their hangouts? Like, I don't know.
I can afford a Suzuki Mirage.
I was looking at the Growler.
That's what
Growler
I had.
is a good off-roader, yeah.
Yeah.
Which sounds like it might be useful in the Barrens anyways.
That's true.
It's less urban sprawl and more like dirt biking.
Yeah.
It's somewhere in between out in the Barrens. There's no real road maintenance out there, even though there are in fact paved roads and more or less gutted buildings around.
Yeah.
If we really want to upset them, we can just slap their paint job on a bunch of Dodge Scoots. Because
That's a big insult.
the Scoot this is an electric powered scooter with a top speed of don't make me laugh. It's compact, fuel efficient, and super affordable, but no self-respecting Shadowrunners would be caught dead on one.
Harley can't even fit on one.
Exactly. Which is
All it needs
definitely
two.
Yeah,
Harley would
one
need
for
to
each foot.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe like a pair of skates.
roller skates. Yep.
So,
Well, Harley's not gonna buy a motorcycle. They have Fenris to drive them around.
Fenris is looking. We could actually probably fit, because the Rover is so big, and I have the wheelchair space. We could actually fit Velvet's Growler in the Rover. So
It's true.
Yeah,
So
that's
Velvet, how attached are you to this thing? You know what Harley's gonna do? Harley's gonna go out and buy neon spray paint.
yep, that's
and some stencils.
All right.
Yeah, let's do this.
Know just the person who can help us out with this.
Sweet.
And
Are you repainting Velvet's bike, or are you getting a pair of Dodge scooters and repainting
No.
those?
no, I think we're gonna. I don't think we're getting the scooters
No.
because they're not quite quick enough.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, but if we could set them up autonomously.
I would like to get the paint job done by Gideon because he's a little bit more of the mechanical side of things than, well, at least more so than me.
Yep. All right. Let's have a look here at your contacts.
He's a loyalty
There's
7.
Gideon. Yes. Backhanded mechanics, specialist cycling departments, and worker. All right. Yeah. I
Better than
sure
me.
he could do this, even though he's more into cyberware. I'm sure he can repaint a motorcycle for you.
It's like show up with a case of beer because he's the kind of guy who it's like, yeah, I'll do the work, but like you got to hang out with me and drink with me while I do it.
All right. So you get your spray paint, you get Velvet's bike, get them over to Gideon, and you get it repainted while you all share a 6-pack and chat away an hour or two.
Yeah, you would all notice from Gideon, he is an elf with basically all but one of his arms are like both of his legs and one of his arms are cyberware. He's pretty mucked up, but he's got like a very cleaned up kind of like runs a back alley cyberware shop really, and you can see like you can make the assumption that this is probably where Fenris got his augments from.
Gotcha.
All right.
Oh, he's also an elf. I forgot to mention that he is an elf. So,
Oh, you did actually,
You did.
but
You
Oh, I
did. You
did,
did
okay.
mention he's enough. Don't worry. You mentioned it.
yeah. So it's well into the past the evening and into the night when you are done with the repainting and ready to go cruising around and attracting some attention to yourselves.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess we should get this neon monstrosity on the road.
Before we go, hey
Yeah.
Fenris, can we stop by my house for a bit?
yeah, we can do that.
Because I still look like a businessman in this suit.
Oh yes, let's get rid of that. Actually, we should probably go gear up because this could go south very quickly.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I'm wearing my like lined suit, but like, nope, this is not my battle suit.
Depends on the kind of battle.
Yep, it depends.
Yeah.
Boardroom or bloodshed?
I think I'd choose the bloodshed. Ugh.
Same, actually same. So when they stop by, actually, Harley's gonna Harley's gonna put on the full body armor, and
All right.
they're gonna add one thing. They
All right.
have a tattered. Oh, it's not tattered. Okay, it's an old. It's an old Ronin uniform, an old yukata Ronin uniform,
Okay.
All right.
and they're gonna put that on along with their katana. But they're gonna leave the Kruger at home.
Fenris is going to stop by the house, make sure that there is something for Vivian to eat, get on his suit.
Yeah, she's already raided the fridge and gone to bed, so you hear her softly snoring in her room when you came home.
I'm going to
Self-sufficient.
try and... Can I locate the drone? Like, is it just like in her room on a shelf or something like that?
Yes. It sits on her desk.
And from what I can tell, it's not on or activated.
Doesn't seem to be.
Okay, I go into my room and reach under the desk, and I pull out my my heavy pistol, and I'm going to slide that into the leg compartment, and then I am going to modify the gun in my hand, the implanted heavy cyber pistol in my hand, and make sure that's loaded and ready to go just in case.
All right. So you're appropriating your daughter's drone.
No, I'm not taking her drone. I was just making sure it wasn't watching me.
Ah.
It's not recording.
Yeah. I don't know how to fly it. Like, drones aren't my thing.
No,
So-
the daddy cam.
Basically, yeah.
More like a daughter cam in this case.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
So I am geared up and ready to go.
Okay. And Velvet is geared up also?
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna need the ballistic protection.
Probably a wise choice.
And with a slight chuckle, pack one of the tasers because memories.
Quick note, GM, I forgot to add my 1 point.
Oh, your skill point?
Yeah, I forgot to add my skill point.
I added my
Go ahead
So
and add
don't
it.
be surprised if something changes.
That's fine. What are you planning on increasing?
I'm actually still checking what I need to,
Okay.
what I want to increase. But
No
I
problem.
will message it to you.
Okay, I put my point in driving because I realized I had no points in driving.
Oh, can we put points in? Can we put points in a skill that we don't have yet?
You can.
Okay, yeah, okay. More thinking. But at the moment, yeah, there's just gonna be a change. But that's gonna be later. Might be later.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
So off to the Barrens you go. Am I correct in guessing you're going to have the setup that Fenris and Harley is in the rover and following Velvet driving around from a distance?
Yeah, I think that's the case.
Yeah.
And I think Fenris would want like an open comms link to Velvet.
That's fair. Also gonna be like definitely going to be like on every intersection intentionally over revving well just like, you know, really try to draw some attention.
Well, you do get some attention from some ladies of easy virtue that kind of shake their head at you, and some homeless people gathered around the trash can fires looks up at you for their entertainment of the month.
That's fair.
A little bit here and there. And but nothing happens right away.
Yeah.
Do you want to try to do anything else to draw attention to yourself?
Oh, I'll like talk to Fenris. I'll be like, hey, you got any ideas on how we should like proceed on this?
I have ideas on where we shouldn't go, and then I'm gonna look up, just like have the map of where like the Halloweeners and the Ancients usually hang, and ping those to Velvet and be like, do not go through these areas.
Well, I mean,
You are currently well out of the range of where they're typically found.
Yeah, it's more so just because it's like I don't know what's gonna happen, but we need to avoid these areas because they will rip us apart.
well, I mean, maybe they'll just see somebody with the wrong gang colors drive through their turf.
No, they'll kill you, Velvet, so don't do it.
Yeah, the wrong gang colors is what gets you killed in gang warfare.
Yeah. So, Velvet can roll their edge.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
Is luck on your side or not?
What did we just do?
Well, it had better be, because my edge is not high. That can be something. Oh, I actually have to do the roll.
Yeah.
Silly me. My brain is still half asleep.
Totally fair.
It's
Yeah!
Yes,
That's real bad.
Ooh.
That is so bad.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'm the luckiest person
2
ever.
bikes. You see Velvet driving like 2 blocks ahead of you on these mostly abandoned streets, and 2 bikes pull up alongside him on each side. And they seem to have a lot of orange on their collars.
Oh no.
And as you turn to look at them, Velvet, you see that one of them is actually wearing a helmet painted like a jack-o'-lantern.
And Velvet hasn't seen this yet?
Velvet sees this because you notice, they're driving up next to you, and they're one of the. As you look like, what's going on? You see one of them have this carved pumpkin-like helmet.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Over the open comm. This doesn't seem right.
You got a couple options there, pal. You can slow down and see what they'll do, but the Halloweeners are less than all there often. Or you can.
Is there a
haul
chance, GM? Is there a chance
Yes.
that anyone from the Halloweeners will recognize Harley? Because I do have street politics.
You know what? That's audacious enough that I'm gonna go with it. Roll your edge.
Oh, okay. Let's do this. Survival of my.
Survival of the most charismatic.
Survival of charisma
And luck.
and luck. Edge. Woo. Hello, charismatic troll.
There's a chance, you think about it, that they might recognize you. So yeah, you can urge Fenris to drive up there so you can shout at them.
Oh, definitely. Considering I'm looking at this, and the Rover is actually faster and accelerates quicker than the Growler does.
All right.
Fenris, pull up. Like, I need to talk to these people.
Just like speed right up and roll down the van's window.
I'm gonna stick like my head out and say, "Hey, seems to be the problem here."
The guy in the pumpkin helmet turns towards you and like Well, the visor is down, but he seems to look at you for a while. And then he turns to the other guy and motions like, and they slow down and turn off at the next intersection. So they're letting you go.
All right. Street politics.
Yep.
Hey, thanks. That could have gotten a little rough.
Yeah, should have. Yeah, I forgot I know people. Should have just told them that we were running a job. Yeah. Well, you'll be fine now. I hope.
And it passes fairly calmly for a while here. It's a little past midnight when you think you see in a rearview mirror some motorcycles with the same paint job that you applied to Velvet's bike, but they turn off before you can really make sure.
Ooh, we're being scouted, Fenris.
Yeah, we are. And I would have said that like the rover has like dropped back to like what somebody behind us would look like and think is like.
Yeah, they're behind the rover,
us,
like a block or so.
Yeah, so what I was thinking it would look like is like it looks like we're tailing, like we'd be tailing Velvet. So like our lights are like off and going, and then we are watching them kind of tail us.
Yeah, but before you can make sure that it is them, they take off in an intersection. And do you want to try to follow them or track them down?
We want to go. Did they turn right or left?
They turned right.
It's like, should we go up to one block further and then make a right? Try and see if we can cut them off.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're here for this, so let's give it a shot. I mean, let's do this.
Sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
Do we kind of want to split up so Velvet might be able to go up like 2 blocks? And then
Also fair.
So if they are trying to like really get ahead of us, we might be able to pinch them between.
Yeah, we could do that. I don't mind.
Mhm.
All right. Using analytical mind to process the timing of that out.
All right. While you are doing that, little driving around and trying to be tricksy with them, can each of you give me a perception roll?
Okay. Perception.
All right.
Perception is something plus perception.
It's
What is
wits plus perception.
Wits plus perception, right?
Yes.
it? Wits. Which one's wits?
Wits is int, right?
Yeah, sorry, int. Since I can ask you to do logic plus perception also, but that's more when you're making a detailed search of something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this isn't. It's only 3 for me.
4 successes.
I got 3.
All right, there's 2 there. And
I got 1. 1 on a glitch, so.
damn, that's a lot of ones. And all right. You notice that there are motorcycles with this gang's paint job kind of rolling into and out of you as you try to track down these first 2 that you saw. But they're coming and going. It's like... it's a little bit... Velvet gets the impression it's like... kind of like being stalked by a pack of wolves.
Mm.
And you feel the idea that forming in your mind from your mentor spirit. That it feels recognition in what it does, what they do.
All right. So, think we're being hunted. Just throwing that out there.
Are they doing this to the rover, or are they just kind of scooting in?
They're doing it to both of you, as Harley notices them also.
Yeah. It's like
Harley, can
yeah.
you reach into the glove box real quick?
I will, and I do, and what do I get?
You see the grapple gun is right there.
A toy.
I'm gonna just ask you, I'm gonna pull over into the opposite lane. You just want to shoot that really long rope into one of the windows.
No problem.
I'm basically gonna try and clothesline these guys as they circle us, is what I'm asking.
All right. I like it.
Yeah, I'm gonna...
Because I don't think we're not going too brutally quick, right? Like it's...
No.
So yeah, I'm gonna get the gun, hang my arm out of the window, and aim for one of the windows.
Or just whatever to grab onto. That's about
Anything
level.
that it probably... It's even a pole would work.
Yeah, an old street light that's probably
Yeah.
not working, a broken window. Yeah, you can find something to grapple onto that's at ground level.
Yeah, and I wait until one of them is pulling up beside the rover in this circle formation, and just super quickly, right before Harley shoots, jerk the wheel to the left as if I was trying to slam the rover into them.
All right. And you do that just before Harley shoots.
Yeah, it's totally a facade. It's just to, like, make them jumpy.
All right. Give me a driving test and Harley a shooting test.
So driving is... I have one for driving, but what would the other...
Pistols for me, right?
That goes with the reaction, actually.
Okay, not great for me. And yeah, it's a pistol test.
Yes.
So for me, it'll just be pistols?
Yeah, pistol plus agility.
I'm also
Pistols.
going to burn an edge for this.
Are you burning an edge? Yes. All right.
Oof,
Oof.
that's really bad.
Oof.
Oh no.
That's like a very big glitch.
Oh.
Well, the Phoenix shoots it, but because you have jerked the car around rather unexpectedly just as she took aim, she does hit the building, but the grappler doesn't really connect to anything, and you don't manage to ram into any of the motorcycles either to knock them over, but now they're really interested in you.
Yeah, the moment I see the rover veer, I'm gonna turn back and start heading back towards them.
Okay.
You could pull that rope in, by the way. There is so much rope on that gun.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it back in. We stopped right now.
Are you stopped or are you driving, Fenris?
I was still driving. The plan was
Okay.
to stop if it hit.
If it
But-
hit, yeah. Okay.
So you are retracting the rope with a grappling hook as it skitters along the ground while you're driving.
Yep. I imagine sparks. I just imagine sparks.
And I'm trying to head back to close the distance. This is such a mess.
Harley's in the backseat saying like, why did I
Hope
not
for an
bring
odd
my gun?
number on my roll here.
I also like how we're trying to be as non-lethal as
Oh.
possible in this situation.
You are real lucky, and it does retract properly without getting snagged on anything.
snagging would probably be the best
I
case
mean,
scenario.
it's snagging
Actually.
one of the bikers would have probably been best case scenario.
Or anything.
Yeah, well, that doesn't happen. It retracts properly, and there's a lot of shouting and hollering coming from the bikers as they are driving after you.
How many do I see, roughly?
Let's see. You see 4 bikers.
Oh, that's it? I thought this was a lot more. Okay.
Only
They're
4.
currently
Consistently
following
only
you,
4.
but you can suspect that there are more in the vicinity.
Yeah,
Hmm.
most definitely. How are you both doing? As I'm just trying to close the distance.
We're fine. We're fine.
Yeah. Surprisingly okay. I think we just spooked him a little bit.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm glad you didn't
I'm
wipe out.
still
Or
holding the grappling gun, though. And the window is still down.
Oh, you're gonna try another shot at them?
I mean, you could always aim at a wheel or something. I don't know.
I'm gonna try and aim at a wheel of one of the pursuing bikers.
Alright, so...
All the while I'm whispering, why did I not bring my gun?
So, since you take an aim action there, you get +2 dice on your shooting test.
Okay. +2, what is my original? Okay. Now... Oops. Let's see. Oh! The hell? It's really... Nope.
We're so good at this.
We're the best. Harley, look,
You,
this grappling gun looks
This
like
is
a
busted.
toy gun on Harley's hand, okay?
Yeah, it does. You shoot it, and you hit the grapple right in their front wheel, which it obviously snags in that, and because of how it starts spooling up on the tire, the gun is jerked out of your hand, but likewise, the biker also crashes almost instantly because he doesn't have a working front wheel anymore.
Yep.
Fenris is going to look up and he's going to be like, we need them to make sure they're alive or else they're not going to talk to us. And he slams on the brakes and jumps out of the car to make sure the dude's okay.
Hey, wait! I jump out after Fenris immediately.
Well, I guess this is happening.
You stop the car and get out.
Yep. Guess so.
Just as you open the door and start stepping out, you hear a gunshot and it hits the side of your car right next to the door.
Did it come from one of the...
It came from one of the bikers. Since you slammed on the brakes, it's the last one in line that has taken a shot as they drive past because they didn't slam on the brakes.
Yeah. How far back is their buddy who crashed?
I would say maybe 50 meters.
Oh, that's not that bad. I'm going to then, because I have an actual ridiculous running skill, sprint up and slide and start making sure that this guy is okay.
All right. That's a very interesting reaction to having taken down a biker and been shot at by his friends. But yeah, I'll go with it.
Dad mode engaged.
Basically.
That
Yes.
mode engaged.
Also, since we've been at it for 2 hours, I think this is where we should have our break.
Yes, we should
Sounds good.
definitely.
So
Have our break.
stay tuned, watchers, because the resolution to this is coming.
Some kind of resolution is coming.
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
what's everybody else's character is going to be?
Hmm. So we'll see you guys in 10 minutes, okay? See
All
ya.
right.
Good.
All right. We are back. What's going on here?
What's going on is that you crashed a motorcycle ganger's bike by shooting a grappling hook in the front wheel, and then your driver slammed on the brakes and got out to help the poor bastard, only to have a shot fired at him by the biker's friends, who perceived the crashing as a hostile action.
Rightfully so.
And we have a floating reroll for whoever needs it.
Yes.
So thank you, Lady Teratophilia, and thank you, Stream Element Isabits, for following us.
Thank you, Stream Elements.
I read that completely wrong. Sorry, Isabits.
Yes, Lady
you were
Teratophilia. We also have that same feeling.
Yeah.
It's
we were talking
ominous.
about it.
All right, so you stepped out of the car, and Fenris, and I think you were going to run up to that guy.
Oh yeah, I'm sprinting to him.
Oh, boy.
While you do that, what do you do, Felix?
Harley is gonna run, and no, not gonna run. Harley's gonna calmly walk to the middle of the street. And where are the motorcycles coming from? That's where they are gonna be facing.
They have driven past you and slammed their brakes and spun around and are about to come back towards you from about a block away.
Okay. While Fenris is panicking over there about the downed rider, Harley
Not
is gonna
Yeah.
Harley is gonna draw their katana and stand in the middle of the street, facing the two motorcycles still there. No, 2 or 3.
There's 3 of them.
Facing the 3 motorcycles still incoming, with their katana drawn, just looking very calm.
And you're essentially ready to chop one of them as they drive past.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, they're driving towards you, and one of them is going to take a shot at you, because that's just the kind of guy they are.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see here, but they're driving. Yeah, the shot flies wildly. You, Fenris, you have a new hole in your windshield.
He doesn't even care right now.
So there's that, but nothing else bad happens, and they come and they drive past you. So do you want to take your swing?
I want to swing at one of the passing the motorcycle, not the rider,
The motorcycle, okay.
and try and take out one more motorcycle.
All right. Any particular one you want to go for, like the one who tried to shoot at you, or just anyone?
Definitely the one that tried to shoot at me.
All right. So make me a edged combat roll with a -1, since you're trying to go for that specific driver.
Mm-hmm.
You need to reposition you, but remember, you also have +1 for +2 actually, +1 for your reach of your arms and +1 for the reach of your katana.
Yep. So that is 5. That's 6 minus 1 is 5. And then if I use an edge, if I use an edge, how many dice does that add?
An extra 4.
So that's 5. Okay, yeah, 9.
Out
Use
here
an
using
edge.
some Yato.
Hmm?
Out here using some, I think it's pronounced Iato. Just when you just like suddenly attack very quickly.
Yes.
Ah, yes.
The strike
Yato.
that begins and ends nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You see part of Harley's obvious samurai origins in this. Let's see if it works. It definitely
Oh my
works.
goodness.
Okay, that's 4 successes there. And how much damage did that do again? Do you remember from last session?
It was enough to cut a guy in half.
Yeah, it was enough to cut a guy in half.
What's that?
I don't remember.
Just gonna scroll up here in the equipment lists because I had to check the bike's armor. There we go, katana. That's your strength plus 3 plus 4. So strength plus 7 dice. So strength plus 7 is the damage you do.
6 plus 7. 13.
13.
13 damage, okay. Roll 8d6. We'll remove the armor penetration from the bike's armor, and
Ooh.
Fenris and Velvet are out here in like action drama, and then there's Harley, who's living in anime world.
Yep.
yeah,
Pretty much.
literally, because you kind of crouch down a little bit with your katana because you're so high up, and swing low, and with the impact with the speed of the bike on your blade as you're bracing against that impact, you cut cleanly through the entire bike. Because that's such an insane amount of damage and such a bad armor roll. Let me see here.
This guy's gonna die from impact. Like, that's how that's gonna happen.
And the driver is... He just flies off because it's a fairly jarring stop to his ride. And he tumbles, rolls down the road, and does not get back up immediately.
This is part of my intimidation tactic. Like, I'm gonna calmly turn around and look at the remaining 2 bikers, like, just standing there, katana still held, like an air of who's
menacing.
How's Velvet doing, by the way?
We're gonna check on that, actually. Velvet, what is... are you trying to catch up to your friends, or are you still driving your own game with the bikers who were kind of stalking you?
Oh, the moment they veered, I turned around and started heading straight back to him.
All right. You roll up just in time to see this motorcycle get cut in half and its driver tumble onto the street.
To see why a troll is called an oni in Japan.
Indeed. And behind you, 3 more bikers from this gang pull up behind you and stop, as the 2 remaining ones from Harley's onslaught turn their bikes at the end of the street, and looking at you, they kind of boxed you in on this piece of street here now, but they're not drawing weapons at this point because they may be crazy go-gangers, but they also just saw one of their friends have their bike cut in half.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I will.
There's an air of menace over them, just as there's an air of menace around Harley.
Gotcha. All right. Well, I will just kind of take a defensive position between the rover and the closest set of bikes. Just kind of standing there waiting for anything to go down.
All right. You take a defensive position. Harley is standing ready for another attack. And Fenris, what is he doing?
At this point, I've probably reached the first guy.
Yep.
Hit the ground while I see another guy just go flying past me and just crumpled on the ground. Looking back, put 2 and 2 together, and keep going towards the first guy who got slammed into the ground. It's kind of like,
right.
Well, he's probably dead, so...
Yeah.
And I'm going to go up to the other guy. How's he laying? Like, what's going on with...
He, luckily, unlike most of his friends, wore a helmet, so you find him actually alive. But you see, is in like in a crumpled little heap on his arm. There's something hard and white sticking out of the skin.
Okay. Looking at that, is it like one with like a visor that flips down? Like, is that?
Yeah, it has a visor
Okay.
that flips down.
I flip up his visor and look at him and I go, "Listen, kid, this went way worse than we expected, but I'm gonna try and help you out here. Don't move. Don't take off your helmet. Keep it on. You might have a neck injury." And I'm gonna try and stabilize him.
Is this the guy that I decapitated the motorcycle of?
No.
No,
Okay.
it's the
this is
entanglement with the
entanglement. Okay.
and he just whimpers in response.
He's kind of like barely, like, just like in a hush, like, "Listen, I know it's gonna be okay." And
Do you
is
have
there any, like...
something?
Well,
Yep.
what I was gonna do was I'm going to pull out the wrist blade that I have and cut off part of his, like, shirt. I'm gonna try and use it as like a compress to stop the bleeding, or at least keep it.
Yeah. All right. Do you have any medical skill you can roll?
I do. I have first aid.
All right. First aid plus logic.
All right, that means I'll be pretty okay at this, actually, because I have a fairly significant amount of first aid.
I'll be like, "Fenris, how's it going over there?"
It's like, tell them to get somebody who can help them. Like, call out to them or something like that. We need this guy needs a doctor bad.
4 successes. Yeah, you bandage him up just fine there, and he's okay for the moment. He's stable. He's not bleeding to death.
I look at him and I go, "Kid, what's your name?"
He still just whimpers. He's clearly in shock from your diagnosis, and probably doesn't even know his name at the moment.
I'm going to sprint back to the car and get one of the blankets that we established we had in the last
Alright.
game.
Fair.
And I'm going to wrap him in the blanket to keep him warm and in shock, and then I'm going to run to the other guy.
Is this the same blanket that the Harley wiped their
Oh.
blood off of?
No, I would have gotten a new blanket. The blankets are for Vivian. I would have gotten a new blanket.
I'll look over to Fenris and I'll toss you a couple of slap patch trauma patches.
Okay, yeah, I'll gladly take those. I don't know what they do.
They're like speed band-aids.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Which is
They're-
probably bizarre for this gang to watch. Like,
Yeah, there's the others who are not wearing helmet. They're having slightly confused looks on their faces.
and I look to them and I say, "Listen, I need at least one of you to come over here, help me, or these two are gonna die." And I run back to the other one.
And still with my
They-
menacing aura, I'm gonna support that, and I say, "Well, you heard him. Move."
They kind of look at each other like, what the hell is going on? And one of them gets off his bike, and while the other is sitting on it, like at the ready. His hand is close to his holster, but he's like just watching the situation, and the first guy saunters over.
Do I see
Like-
him reaching for the holster?
Sorry, what?
Do I see him reaching for his...
He's been kind of having it there the whole time since they stopped. He's just observing the situation. He's just, And
the second guy look?
Sorry, what?
How bad's the second guy look?
Oh, well, he didn't have a helmet, so
I don't think a slap patch is gonna help.
no.
One point in my defense, I did not cut off his legs.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's not.
That's mostly luck on his part.
Yeah,
because you bisected the bike where his legs would have been, but because he started being flung by the impact of hitting your katana, you actually missed it just barely.
Yeah. Missed the Anakin.
Missed the Anakin moment.
He's unconscious. He has massive head trauma from not wearing a helmet. He is actually still alive, but it's unlikely that you can save him, you think. You can try, but he's probably going to need an ambulance, and they're not likely to come out in this neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna do everything I can to preserve and leave that as a call to the other guy, like the guy in this gang. Be like, listen, he needs to. And I'm basically checking him, like showing him, like, this is where all the bleeding is. It's a really bad injury. And he looks at this kid and he's like, why aren't you wearing a helmet? And he keeps on going. And he's like lecturing this guy. And he's like, not only does it like protect your head and your neck, but also it gives you some anonymity in a gang. And he's like,
and Velvet's like, well, at least the last words
Harley's
are
definitely gonna when Harley hears that, they're definitely gonna break their nonchalant character and start laughing.
And this is he's lecturing the guy who ran up to help him. Like he's like, because my assumption is that these guys are all like young.
Yeah, they're all fairly young, late teens, very early 20s.
Exactly. And so he's just like laying into this guy. He's probably never been yelled at by a dad, so or like not like this at least.
And Fenris is about 40 something, right?
He's like 45, yeah.
Yeah, okay. he doesn't really know how to react to this kind of situation, because his life has mostly just been, do what you want or don't if someone beats you hard enough. So he's like, maybe, okay, sure, I'll get one.
And as he's doing this, he like looks down at him and he's like, try not to look too closely at him, it's a bad injury. And then he's like, listen, you can either like, your options right now are, we can help try and stabilize him. He's going to die if he doesn't get an ambulance here. So that's your call, though.
As this happens, you can hear more motorcycles pulling up, and if you look, you see them on both ends of the street. And Velvet and Harley can give me a perception.
Perception. Okay.
Yes.
During that whole chastisement about the helmet, Velvet realizes that they're not wearing a helmet, looks over at their bike, looks at them, looks over at their bike. It's like, oh, I better buy a helmet.
Oh, sorry, was that perception, right?
Yes.
Perception and intuition? Or just perception?
Yes.
Perception and intuition.
Yes.
Okay.
There it is. Okay. I'm so good at seeing.
Don't worry, we both failed.
Oh yeah, we're totally enthralled with what's going on.
I'm too amused by the fact that Fenris is going all bad
Chewing out a gang.
on this gang member.
I'm staring at the road, feeling chastised myself. Just
let's see here. Who
This-
rolled best? You both rolled kind of terribly.
yeah. We saw nothing.
I am doubled over laughing.
Velvet thinks he sees on his side, behind all these bikers that have pulled up, that there's one guy on one of the larger bikes. It's one of those Harley Davidson Scorpions, and there's a blonde girl sitting behind him, but he drives off before you can get a good look.
All right.
And that's also the biggest bike you've seen in this gang so far.
Okay.
What kind of bikes are these guys riding? Are they?
Most of them have like your typical crotch rocket. Which,
Okay, so like more or less on par with what Velvet has.
yeah. But this guy, who is definitely a human, so it's not like he needs a really big bike like an orc or troll would. He drives the biggest bike.
Gotcha. Alright, well, I think I may have spotted our target.
Is that over comms?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just like,
Where?
they just took off.
And just seemingly out loud so that this guy can hear. And he's like, that's okay, that's good information. If you spotted the target, that means that this is a willing move and not a kidnapping.
Yeah, it might make
Looks
extraction
like it.
harder.
So we have a runaway on our
Did
hands.
you say? Did Fenris say that loud enough to be heard by the somewhat stunned ganger in front of him?
He probably said that it's voluntary. Like that's kind of like what he said. Like it just seems like he's like laying into this kid, says something weird, and then goes back to being like, all right, put your hands here, like apply pressure and don't move.
All right. He follows your instructions because you're telling him what to do, and you're pointing with your whole hand like, do this. So he does that because most people would in that situation.
Yeah.
And all right, so you have one injured but going to survive ganger. You have one probably bleeding out ganger, and one ganger who's been dad yelled at, and the others being slightly confused at watching the whole situation unfold.
Yep.
How do you want to proceed here?
Does Harley or Velvet have any ideas on what they want to do?
I'm just looking around like, well, I guess we're not fighting. That's good. Hey Harley, how do you want to get out of this or move forward? You seem to be better with these people than me.
Okay. I'm gonna sheath my katana. And I'm going to
This,
calmly... yeah.
This relaxes most of the bikers a little bit.
I'm gonna calmly walk to the nearest biker.
All right, that's not holding together wounds on the ground, I'm assuming.
Yeah, no. The
Yeah,
healthy
that-
bikers.
Yeah, that would be. You walk past the site of carnage.
Like,
Towards
absolutely
the
nothing happened.
Yeah, of course. All right, you walk up to them, and they kind of straighten up a little bit, but you tower over them.
I straighten up my stance, looking all of my 7-foot glory. I'm gonna look down at this kid, and I'm gonna be like, "So, kid, Look, we looking for this. You know what? You don't need to know. Who's your leader?
Okay. What are you looking for that I don't need to know?
You see what happened back there?
Yeah.
If you
I
ask
did.
more questions from me, that's gonna happen to you. Now, tell me, where is your gang leader?
Okay, you should probably roll an intimidation on that.
Yeah, just a little
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
Mhm.
Just a little. Pure intimidation only? Or anything?
No, it's charisma intimidation.
Charisma intimidation, there we go. Fun being a violent, non-violent samurai.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. What does he get to roll? Let's see.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
All right. He has a bunch of buddies right behind him, though, so
We'll
you
see.
get to resist this. Let's see.
Not enough.
No,
Not
he's
enough.
gonna be in trouble.
He's
Valiant try. Valiant try.
I don't know where he is exactly right now, but he's probably heading to the junkyard.
Junkyard. Guys
Yeah.
heard that? I say it over my comms.
And they're like, "What the hell are you doing, man? Why did you tell her?"
I don't want to die.
Do I hear them call me a her?
Yes.
I immediately look at the person who says her, and my friendly face just turns slightly, once again, very, very scary. And I look at him and I say, did you just misgender me? And my hand is reaching back towards my katana.
There's, well, what are you doing telling not her?
Fenris over comms just goes, "We've told them, correct them and let them apologize. I've told you this before."
You're lucky my friends are here. My
And I'm like-
pronouns, and my voice gets like louder. My pronouns are they, them.
Okay. Don't tell the scary troll them anymore, okay?
I think you're gonna need to tell us a lot more.
Sorry. Sorry. And they're not. They obviously know about, gendering and right gender, but they're very taken aback. They had not expected the situation to turn this way.
These guys have been
They're
lectured.
just trying to do their
today.
best to not.
These guys just got lectured twice and shouted at by a 7-foot troll.
On
Yeah,
this episode of
This night has
Shadowrun,
turned very bizarre for this bike gang.
Shadowrun
They-
Parenting Edition.
Yeah, they had probably expected something like cruising around, hollering at people, maybe throwing a Molotov or two, or generally doing a ruckus, and then go home and sleep it off for most of the next day. This is not what they had in mind.
It's not what I had in mind either.
I was not expecting to talk about gender pronouns right now. So Harley takes a few deep breaths, like visibly calming themselves down. And then they say, "Look, kid, how old are you?"
17.
Ah. Okay. You're a wannabe gangbanger, as far as I'm concerned. Because, No interrupting me. Because I have seen and talked to and interacted with people who are far scarier than myself. And if you guys are literally stuttering at the sight of me, this is not a profession you should be going into. You should be in school at 17.
This is the best. This is absolutely the best right now.
How old is Velvet again?
They don't look much older than 22.
Okay. I was really hoping they were just like a little bit younger.
Like, they could probably pass for 19, like somewhere between 19 and 22. Velvet actually doesn't know their own age, so.
Okay.
Velvet doesn't know, so they're pretty young. So yes, there is now a troll lecturing a bunch of underage gangbangers. And there's a Fenris doing his own lecturing. It's up to you, Velvet.
So, I'm not used to these kinds of situations, but, maybe we should all just, like, leave.
Yeah, says Biker fairly close to you. Leaving is probably a good idea. Us leaving or you leaving?
Let's all just walk away.
Yeah, okay.
Actually,
Sure.
when I hear that leaving proposition, I'm gonna put my arm around the guy I'm lecturing, and I say, you know what would be good right now? If you lead us to the junkyard.
I mean,
Um,
couldn't hurt.
I'm not sure I should do that,
I mean,
but all you guys, what do you think? We shouldn't, but they're trying to help our friends here who got hurt because of them. What is the right thing to do here? He turns to his friends and they're like, yeah, we probably should and let the boss figure this out. I mean, if it's a problem, we can always deal with it later.
I go to, like, I come over the comms with Harley, and I go, I'm gonna have this kid over here help me get these guys in the back of the rover, and he's gonna come with me so that they don't die in the back of my car. We're gonna drop them off at a hospital, and then we'll take him home. Is that a plan?
Sure. One problem. You're my ride.
Well, we still get what we want, right?
Alright, you, person I, to the kid I'm still holding by the shoulders. We're taking your friends to the hospital, but you're following us. Got that?
Yeah, sure.
And if any of you, now they're turning to the other bikers. Try something funny. Remember, I just cut a motorcycle in half.
Yeah, you surely did.
Alright, good talk. Let's go.
Alright. I'll tell the guy that is currently helping keep the one dude alive that I am going to back up the car, and we're going to load up the guy with the broken arm first, because that won't kill him right away. At least he'll survive, and then we're going to have to be very careful loading their friend.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. They, you get them loaded into the back of the rover. It takes a little bit, and there's a few close calls in in dropping, but you get them in there, and they seem to still be alive, laying down on the floor on the rover back there. So you are ready to roll out, really, to the nearest hospital. It's a okay town, the nearest hospital, so it's going to be a while getting there.
So I had an actual idea too.
Right.
One of my contacts is a street doctor.
Oh,
Same.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I wonder how close my street doc is from this place.
So there's Dr. Levi Strauss, and
Levi
worst comes to
Strauss?
worst, if he's like, Levi Strauss.
Does he seem awfully blue?
Does he have a penchant for wearing jeans?
More or less, yeah. And I didn't realize I was a real person. I've just seen this now. Huh.
Yep.
Anyways, I'm gonna call him up because the worst comes to worst. Dr. Blue Jeans here is gonna be able to call an actual, the hospital, and it won't be as sketchy.
all right.
Because he is an actual doctor, so.
All right, let's see here. I'm going to roll another dice.
I randomized that name, by the way. That was a total. I randomized the first and last name.
Nice.
And Dr. Strauss answers your phone. Answers his phone when you call him.
Doc, we have a kid who's been in. Well, two kids who have been in biking accidents. The one is gonna be okay. The other one is. They look back. Not so good.
Oh dear. Where has this been? Did you call an ambulance?
We were out in the Barrens, so...
Oh.
Barrens? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah, at the Barrens.
There's no way they were coming out there, so...
No, of course not. Well, I'm working, so bring them to St. George's, and I'll make sure they'll taken care of, at least initially. We'll see what their health insurance says, but I can probably keep them alive for a bit.
That's all I ask.
All right, I'll notify staff that we have incoming. How long do you think you will be?
How far are we from St. George's?
It's gonna be maybe a 20-minute drive for you guys, if you really hightail it.
Yeah, we'll hightail it.
All right. So, all right. 20 minutes, you say? Yes, of course. We'll be ready.
Hang up, and I look to the kid who's basically keeping his friend stable and go, "Can you hold out for that long?"
Do I have a choice?
And it
Nope.
just floors it because that's a good enough answer.
I'll just waving bye to the rover. Bye. Good luck.
And then you hear in the comms, make sure these idiots don't do anything idiotic.
Nice. So the
Nice
three of the
shrug.
bikers follow the rover, just to make sure that everything is on the up and up. And you are with them, Harley, right?
Mm-hmm.
With the rover.
Yeah. Because I really
Okay.
can't fit on these small bikes.
Yeah. So, Velvet, you're left there with 6 other bikers who have just been lectured.
Yep. Like, so,
Had their friends taken off in an impromptu ambulance.
Drinks,
That'll-
anybody?
I was just like, yeah, that'll teach me for getting a new fancy paint job. So, yeah, good question. What are they all doing?
They're mostly standing around. They're not really sure what to make of this situation. One of them seems to be on the phone on his comm link.
They're all
Alright.
basically like Velvet right now, just kind of stunned about what just happened.
Yeah, they're
This
like,
is definitely not my purview or forte right now. I'm like, okay, well, hopefully your friend's okay. I think I'm gonna go meet with my friends and make sure that they get to their destination all right. And pretend to drive off, or try to get on my bike and drive off. But I'm only gonna go a bit of a distance and try to hide out and watch where they go.
okay. So give me a stealth roll there.
All right. There it is. No.
Okay,
Not bad.
not bad. So you drive off for a bit and kind of go incognito there as much as you can with a motorcycle, and you watch from a distance as they all kind of gather up and drive off all together. Don't seem to be in a particular hurry. They're not like racing down the streets or anything.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah,
So-
I'll just very, very carefully just kind of keep at a distance and stay on corners and just see where they try to head out.
Okay. Sounds good. While you do that, the others arrive at the hospital, and you're greeted by a trauma team who gets the injured kids out and rolled into the hospital. The one who put the pressure on the wound in the back there, he kind of stands around, not really sure what he's going to do because he doesn't have a motorcycle.
I looked back to him and I was like, we'll give you a lift back.
Oh yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Up.
Yeah, of course. And he sits down and actually puts on a seat belt because that's just the way this night is going.
Good choice.
Ooh,
And
this is the best.
I
It is
locked the window, like in the front, like you know how
child lock.
I child lock the doors and the windows, and I go, so tell me, son, what's your name?
Jonathan? Just John for short.
John. It's a good name. This is my friend, Harley. Harley has some questions for you.
Yeah? Sure.
Yeah. So first of all, Jonathan, what possessed you to join a gang?
It seemed like the cool thing to do. The Hell Raiders are pretty cool, actually. I mean, we have this nifty paint job and we do fun stuff and ride around and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
What's your name? What's the name? Sorry?
Hell Raiders.
Hell Raiders. There's a lecture coming in, but let's not focus on that first. First, I also want to question your sanity, but we'll do that later. What is the name of your leader?
Leader, his Michael. I just Michael. Don't really know a last name for him.
Michael. What were you doing near the Ivory Conservatory?
Oh, we were mostly just, scoping out hot chicks.
meet any hot chick, using quotation marks in particular?
No, just in general. I mean, I could never get a girlfriend like that just doing stuff, but we can always look, you know?
What about Michael? Did he had anyone there?
Yeah, there's this blonde girl he is with right now. I think she was at that school sometimes. I'm not sure. I was never really that close when he was around, but
Blonde girl, huh? His girlfriend?
yeah, that's his girl now.
Oh, yeah, did she have a name?
Yeah, I think it's Melissa. We just call her Melly, or he
Melly,
does,
yeah.
anyways. The rest of us don't really talk to her much.
I see. So when did Melly start hanging out with you guys?
About a week ago. Don't really keep track of the days. I mean, most days I've been drunk and don't know what day it is next day. So, but yeah, I think about a week.
Harley is trying really hard to stay calm right now and not knock this kid upside the head. Really interesting. A week ago, huh? So she's does she live with Michael? Does she?
Yeah, we only just mostly hang out at the junkyard, and it's like abandoned junkyard. But we hang out there. We sleep there, and then we go ride around and do stuff. And yeah, she stays there with him.
That's where you all live.
Yep.
In an abandoned junkyard in the Barrens. A bunch
How many
of
are there in the
underage. Answer him.
Says this. He just like turns the. It looks like he's adjusting the rear view, but he's like trying to catch what he looks like in the rear view. What he's looking like is he just like looking out the window.
Mm-hmm.
But how many of you are there, Jonathan?
15. Well, 13 now. The 2 are in the hospital.
I think we should be honest with this young gentleman here to an extent. Let him know a little bit about who we are. We've been asking a lot of questions.
Alright, kid. Look. You know what the runners are?
Sorry.
I thought that was
Very
Jonathan.
real.
For a second.
That was a very real reaction.
Sorry. Inhaled some juice. Yeah,
Deep
of
breath,
course I know what
Jonathan.
Shadowrunners are.
So you know some of the jobs that they're tasked with taking on, right?
Yeah.
You'd like to know the job that we've been tasked with taking on.
Oh, what is that job?
Well, it involves a certain gang.
And it
Uh-huh.
also involves the word disappear.
Removal.
Removal.
And disappearance.
Okay.
We've been hired to kill you and your friends. But as you can see, that's not exactly something we'd like to do.
Yeah, I appreciate that. He's looking a little bit nervous now.
And as he kind of is driving, he will look to Harley and go, there are other parts of our work, I think, Harley, that you know about, but this entire job has felt a little awkward to us.
It
Oh.
has, it has. It doesn't seem like it's gonna be right if we remove a bunch of, I think, misguided teenagers from the world. Don't you think, Jonathan?
No, there's no need to do that. Mm-mm. It's fine to not kill us. That's totally okay.
Now, Harley, this is one of the things I was thinking. We were asked to eliminate and remove the Hell Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we can get by. I think we can get by on a technicality, right? Are we okay with that?
I mean, as long as Jonathan and his friends here cooperate, I think we can.
Jonathan, how do you feel about rebranding?
Rebranding. What would that entail? What do I have to do?
Well, first of all, it entails some paint jobs and a new logo. Like, he's going into like his corporate kind of like stance. Because he was for some background, he was a bit of a data slave originally. That's what Fenris's background was. So,
Gotcha.
And since Harley's background is a little bit of a street samurai with strict codes, they're gonna start telling Jonathan, second of all, you really need to brush up on what your values are as a group.
Yeah.
Like, we need to organize this, and you need to have a set of codes. You guys are underage. You need to have a goal.
A goal. Okay.
what
The
I do
non-illegal,
altogether.
non-destructive, just something that will not put you in the radar of another group of runners who might not be as kind as us.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
We're not making promises. We're just saying think on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Consider it.
will.
And just like a quick shot and just it through his comms and be like, hey, Velvet, how are things with you?
Oh, just lying low, keeping an eye on some things.
Just so you're aware, there are 12 more of them in there. The target is nearby.
Okay, I will keep that in mind.
And while this has been going on in the rover, you have actually managed to trail them back to the junkyard, which you can see in a little bit of a distance.
Okay. Do I see that large Harley still, or
No,
Is it
the junkyard is behind there's a big wall of
gotcha.
corrugated steel, and they have a gate that they have open, and they rolled in, and then they shut that gate. But you can see old rusted wrecks of cars behind those gates,
I see.
just piled on top of each other.
Through the comm, I'll contact Harley and Fenris, and I'll be like, "Well, I think I found the junkyard. Looks like it's fortified to a degree, so this could get interesting."
Interesting went bad last time.
Interesting was very interesting last time.
Interesting revolved around you on the floor, convulsing, and
Yeah. That was a little bit funny, but let's not repeat that.
that's not the part that I was I think Velvet gets where Fenris is going.
Yeah, Harley doesn't. Yeah, different priorities for Harley.
Doesn't pick up on the part where she sliced him in half.
Yep.
Yep. Nope.
Well, I mean, I know that we're not totally down with, assassinating a bunch of kids, so maybe we could do this a little quieter this time.
That's the hope.
That is the hope.
Oh no! And since Jonathan is right beside Harley, he hears this. Oh no! I'm not gonna cut kids in half. Nah, I have fists for that. Yeah, just a gentle go to sleep thing.
I thought he just looks directly at Harley and he goes, I thought you meant punching them in half. For like a split second, that's what I assumed you meant.
I mean, worst comes to worst, I can fight, I just prefer not to.
Looking at Fenris, I say, well, I will hold back. No promises, I will hold back.
I appreciate that.
All right.
Kids, man. What are we gonna do? How is Jonathan faring hearing all of this?
Apparently,
he's smart enough to keep his mouth shut at this point, because he's obviously out of his league with you guys, and returning back to the junkyard, he'll be out of his league with his gang leader and the gang, so he just keeps his mouth shut and hopes that nobody notices him for the rest of forever.
For the rest of forever.
Yeah.
I think we should go, Fenris.
Yeah. At the next red light, Fenris wants to try and do something. I want to try and bug his phone using fly on the wall.
Oh, you're gonna do a little hacking there?
Yep.
All right. Well, give me a hacking roll.
Logic plus hacking, which I'm pretty sure is 12. Just let me double check. Logic 6, hacking 6. Oh no, I accidentally clicked off of Ice Maiden.
Row.
There we go. Oh yeah, his comlink is totally bugged.
All right. And yeah, I don't need anything with it. There's no incoming, outgoing on it right now, right?
No.
He's not, yeah. And as we're getting close to being back to the bike, Fenris will undo the child lock as he stops by the bike, and with just like a genuinely warm smile, he'll say, "Take care of yourself, Jonathan. I hope that we cross again and have another wonderful talk."
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the ride. And he goes off to his bike and drives off in what you presume is the direction of the junkyard.
As he closes the door, he looks to Harley and goes, "These kids are so scared that we could probably get them under our thumb as a contact."
I know. I was thinking that too.
Fear is a great way to make loyalty, and he starts to drive, turns off the lights, and starts to meet up with where Velvet is.
Okay. You catch up with Velvet with no incident. And you can see what he was referring to as the junkyard off in the distance. So how do you want to proceed here?
Out of character, do we want to scope it out first and then come back another day? Because we have 3 weeks, and this is day 1.
You're not wrong. I mean,
set up shop in one of the abandoned buildings and watch them for a day or two.
We could, yeah.
That, and with the confrontation we've had, they're going to be on alert, so we might want to let it cool down a little.
Uh-huh.
They're gonna be on high alert, and it's either it cools down or they get really jittery and maybe make a mistake.
Also true.
I don't mind. I don't mind staking anything out in character.
All right. So
Seems
you're
like
going
interesting. Sorry.
Yeah, you get it correctly. You're going for the a stakeout in one of the abandoned buildings. You can look down on the junkyard.
Yeah, and just find like a squat somewhere near.
Yeah, like an abandoned high-rise or something like that.
Yeah, that's no problem. There's an old apartment building right across the street from the junkyard, actually. And you can get an apartment with a clear view of the whole junkyard. And from what you can tell, there's no one squatting in this building at this time.
Fenris is kind of looking around the building and going, "This is how you can tell if these kids are rookies."
Yeah. There's no... this is a perfect vantage point, honestly.
Yeah, they're definitely not ones for staying quiet or
subtle.
Yeah.
Not quiet, not subtle. If we really wanted to take them out, we could make a sniper's nest up here and they wouldn't be able to get to us in time.
Yeah. As you look down the junkyard, obviously there's piles of rusted old car wrecks, and that makes a little bit of a maze. But there's a very clear path from the gates to a big open area where there seems to be some shacks set up, some long tables. There's a lot of bikes parked along one of the sides of this open area, and there's like in the back of it, as you come out of the maze of wrecked cars, there's like a raised platform with a junk throne.
Oh.
And there's a guy squatting on this throne, and there seems to be a girl sitting on one of the armrests, leaning a little bit towards him. A blonde girl.
Hey, look! One shot, and they're both dead.
Very easy. And I'm going to access the comm link of Jonathan.
Uh-huh.
And I just want to quickly scroll through the contacts and find Michael's comm number.
Yeah, that's no problem at all. You have complete access to that comm link on the slide, so you find probably what you believe are the comm link numbers for all of these morons, really.
Yeah, basically morons.
Shakes his head, and I think I actually have the digiprint thing for my deck, so I can print out information. No, I decided not to have that one. Anyways, I read off the numbers to Harley.
Okay.
It's like, well, we now have all their names and all of their contact information. And was Melly's info in there or no?
Not on his comm link, but you can probably hack into the rest of the gangs, no problem. They don't seem at this point to be very high on the cybersecurity end of things.
Yep.
So I'll move into Michael's to get to Melly's.
Yeah. You find that no problem. There's a comm link number for it, and what do you want to do with this information?
I'm not sure yet. I just want to have it.
I should point out also that when you're looking at this junkyard, in one of the far corners of this open area, there's like a big hole in the ground. I forgot to mention that earlier.
It's a big hole?
Yes.
Mm.
And it's like you can't see from your position if there's like a bottom to it or a ground or anything, so it could just be a hole down into a sewer tunnel or something.
Okay.
It's in the middle of the junkyard?
No, in the one of the corners.
In one of the
Four
corners.
corners. Yes.
Does anyone look like they monitor that corner?
No, not really. Not at this point.
Hmm.
Let's see here.
It's hard to tell. It could be like a prison. Could also be a way out. Could be storage. Who knows what it is?
Am I aware that if there are any underground layers here?
Not as such, but you could. Fenris could probably pull up city planning things and see if you can find anything about the underground in the area.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will do that. Code Slinger is for mark erasure, so. Alright, yeah, I'll hack into the city.
Mm-hmm.
Plans. This is a sleaze, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then it goes up one because of my stealth.
Exactly. You're trying not to be obvious about this. And that's a good roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, you find in some rather old records, because this is essentially abandoned part of town, that there should be a large sewer main somewhere very close to where you are, and it is entirely possible that it or one of its major offshoots runs directly under the junkyard and probably under this hole.
So there's sewers here. I don't know how much information that'll be useless for us. It's a good escape plan if they get caught, though. I don't know if they know how to access it, though.
I don't think they're smart enough to think about that. They're not even guarding it.
I don't want to underestimate Michael.
Not Michael. He. Though, looking at him, it might be easy to provoke him.
I was thinking that too. Anybody who is narcissistic enough to make a crown of garbage or a throne of garbage. A throne of
garbage, yeah. And fancy himself the Junkyard King is bound to have quite the ego.
Worst comes to worst, we can get in contact with your friend in the Halloweeners and show them the plans for the sewers. That would definitely take out the Hell Raiders. Movement like that is...
these guys, there's not going to be much left of these kids if we call the Halloweeners.
Yeah.
I'd still prefer not to do that, though.
We'll put it as a...
That's like the nuclear option.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's actually going to be quite brutal.
It would be horrible.
You probably all realize that would be a very brutal event.
Yeah, and we're trying not to kill these kids. Or at least not the kids under Michael's reign.
Yeah.
I should point out with the Halloweeners, they're as likely to roll past you and spray paint your car as they are to pull you out of the car and chain you to their bike and drive off.
Yeah.
Yep.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Sounds about right.
So...
Well.
Yeah.
But I have an idea though. And I look at Velvet.
Yeah?
I think it's time to prove your stealth, my friend.
I mean, I am pretty quiet, usually. So what's the plan here?
I'm pretty obvious and you're pretty quiet and there's a hole there in the corner. And Michael looks like he has an ego.
I see. I mean, I'm not super fond of sewers, but I mean, a job's
Wear
a
a
job.
mask. Wear a mask if you need to.
Yeah. I have
will.
the gas mask still, so I also have a rebreather if you prefer that.
That seems excessive. I don't know, it might be flooded though.
Might be. Though we are in the Barrens.
If it's flooded, I have diving gear for you as well.
Yep. I mean, I'm willing to give it a shot. It's just... You might want to... Yeah. We can do it.
We can do it.
With the positioning here, I do kind of wish we had Mike with us, though.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, he
Mhm.
needs to recover. That last job was brutal
Yeah.
on him.
Yeah, I heard that was insane.
Yeah, the last time I talked to him, he was still coughing up blood.
Oof.
Oh, he almost seemed to almost burn out there, so
Yeah. That last... I don't know what he was thinking, but yeah, he saved us, but yeah, at the expense of his own health, you know?
All right. So, are we going with the plan that Velvet goes into the sewers and checks out this hole?
we can also just call them.
I mean,
Yeah, that's an option too. We can call them and ask
Yeah,
for the ghost, I
it-
suppose.
I'll
if-
tell. Well, if you want to check it out, what we can do is wait till you're in position and then call them.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
how
can
about this?
let's scout it out.
You scout the tunnels or the sewers. We'll wait for your signal, and then you call Michael. If he has as big an ego as we think he has, this is not gonna go in any negotiation tactics direction. I am going to walk to the front door.
Sounds
Okay.
like a plan.
So, Fenris is getting ready to call Michael on given signal. Velvet goes into the sewers to find the hole in the junkyard, and Harley goes to the front doors of the junkyard.
I'm not gonna show myself yet. I'm gonna wait for whatever happens with the negotiation. So I'm gonna stay hidden as I can.
Shadowfriend, quick question.
Yep.
What has their activity been? Because I think we've been scouting for 1 or 2
Yeah.
days now.
Yes,
Have
they're
they been
like
quiet. Have
it's
they
been
been
fairly
out at
quiet.
night?
They've been coming and going, doing their
Almost seems like
probably
nothing really
doing their,
changed
their
them.
usual joyriding. But there isn't much going on. If anything, you might get a sense that they are a little bit spooked by the activities in the past a few days ago when their friends got hospitalized. It's clear also that Michael and Melissa are spending the nights in the same shack.
Okay. Do we have any questions specifically that we want to ask them?
I have questions, but it's not related to the mission, so no.
All right.
Well, I was gonna say things like why she ran away. Like,
Yeah, we can. You're the dad here, Fenris. You have experience asking the relevant parent questions, I guess.
all right. Well, I'm in position. I'm basically watching from the the roof of the apartment.
All right.
I want
As
to
you're-
position. Sorry, I just want to say I want to position myself just outside of the building in maybe a shadowy area where I have direct line of sight of the front entrance of the junkyard.
Okay. As you get in position with the velvet underground, you found this this hole. Are you wearing any kind of gas mask or anything, filtering the air?
Did you have a gas mask for me, Fenris?
I did.
Okay, yeah. I'll grab one of those.
Yeah. You haven't noticed any bad smells, obviously, because the mask filters that out. And some scattered packs of devil rats have peered at you with their glowing red eyes from the darkness and then scampered off. As you come up to this hole, which is a decent height up, I mean, you can climb up there without too much trouble, but it's not something you can just poke your head out of.
Gotcha.
I need you to make an edge roll.
All right. Yes. That's what I thought. I knew it was low. All right. Come on, luck.
Oh, a success. Good. You manage to... you hear someone coming up to the edge of the hole. You manage to just step into the shadows to the side before someone up there pisses in your face.
Oh. Yep. That makes sense. As I'm watching this golden arc, I'm like, yep, that makes sense.
And once that's over, you hear them move off. So, well, your game plan was to call Michael sitting there on his throne.
All right. And I'll dial in the number and wait for a second.
Yeah, he, there's an answer, like, who the hell is this?
How's your friends doing?
They're doing good. What? Who is this?
The ones in the hospital, how are they doing?
Fine, as far as I know.
Alive?
I think so.
Any lasting damage?
Not that I heard. Who the hell is this?
I'm the one asking the questions here. Michael, correct?
Yeah,
How are you doing today?
I'm great. Now, you listen here. You're calling me in my kingdom, and you tell me that you are asking the questions?
What the fuck are you talking about? You're the king of a junkyard, dude. Now,
How
1 second.
dare...
Hey, don't hang up or else I'll just call your next friend. I'd like to talk to the king directly.
What is it you want?
We have some questions.
Fine. I'll grant you an audience over the phone.
Never mind. Okay. First of all, Michael, I have a quick question. How old are you?
I'm 22. What does that have to do with anything?
Do we hear this over our comms?
Oh yeah, you can easily have set up a conference call thing so you can hear it.
22. Interesting. Okay. And how's Melly doing?
He looks over to me. The fuck you say? Yeah, she's fine.
1 second, and I'm going to patch Melly into the call.
And you can see from there that she kind of jumps off the throne. Just she's been in and like picks up her comic and like, what the fuck's going on here?
Miss Carrington, it's nice to finally be speaking with you.
How do you know my name? Who are you?
we have some questions, and I was hoping you both could answer.
What do you want to know?
Well, first of all, my assumption based on what I can see here, and I'm going to turn on their phone, like their comlink cameras, so that it's like they see like the little light turn on. I'm trying to get into their heads here. What I can see here is that this isn't a kidnapping situation, now is it?
No, of course not. I'm with my boyfriend.
Okay. And what was the school called again? Oh my gosh, one moment, please, Miss Melly. Yes, thank you, friend. The Ivory Conservatory. Oh, by the way, my friends are on here as well with us. Say hi, everybody.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
Tell your little kiddies that, sorry about decapitating that motorcycle.
We understand they're expensive.
Uh-huh. Oh, it's you guys.
How was Jonathan handling? He looked like he might have been in shock when we last spoke.
He's fine. What does he have?
I'm genuinely concerned for his well-being.
It's called concern, kid.
Just what the hell is it that you guys want?
Well, we're wondering why Miss Carrington here ran away.
What?
Was it to play rebel? Was it for... Why?
Why wouldn't I run away? Michael here is just like the coolest.
Oh, kid.
And like you could hear like you can hear Fenris like belly laughing. Like he's got like the binoculars on. He sees just like this dude sitting on like that thing. And he's like,
You consider a loser who lives in the barrens and sits on a on the throne made of garbage as cool?
Yeah. He does stuff like no one I know does.
such
It's
as...
like absolutely amazing.
Such as ride around in a motorcycle. Doing what exactly? Nothing?
None of your damn business.
Oh, give me
Now,
a second.
what is it you want from us?
Well, I believe... Did Jonathan tell you why we were sent? The original plan?
She just looks over to Michael and is like, yeah, I've heard something.
Well, Michael, if you haven't heard, we were sent to wipe out your group. And I can tell you, based on how A, awful your cybernetic security is, and B, how you all hang around in a big open area, we could have done that many times over.
Okay.
Like, I am just right here, and no one's even spotted me.
And you kind of start looking around, like, what the hell? Like, guys, look around. There's supposed to be someone hiding here. And you see from up there how they kind of like scatter out in the junkyard in small groups.
Which direction is the hole comparatively?
That would be away from them. Like, you have the throne, and then that would be to Michael's right, in the corner of the open area.
Okay, and I'd say a little closer to the gate. We're gonna play ball with you a little bit. Send them to the right. Let's see what happens. He's basically giving Velvet, like trying to convince him to give Velvet a way to get in if Velvet so chooses.
Mm-hmm.
Send him over here to the gates. Let's see.
Okay, so you two check the gates. And a little while later, the gates opens a little bit, and a guy pokes his head out. It's an orc, actually, fairly young-looking orc.
Oh.
Michael, do you know what an Oni is?
A what is
An
Oni.
Oni.
an oni? Isn't that like some kind of demon thing?
Good, good. You do have a little bit of an education there.
Yeah. What about it?
Well, they're a little bit different than trolls. A little bit less forgiving.
Okay.
Now, tell me, do your friends think they saw a troll? Or do they think they saw an Oni?
They talked about a troll, but
How did they feel around the Oni? Oh, there we go. I accidentally let it slip.
Oops.
Okay. You want something from us. Apparently you're supposed to destroy us, but you haven't because you want something. What is it you want?
It's simple. We can clearly tell that Melly here doesn't want to be a debutante. Am I correct?
What do you know about that?
Oh, shh. Yes or no? That's the answer here.
No, not really.
Been forced on you, right?
Yeah, it's just something everyone's supposed to do, but I don't feel like it.
Mm-hmm. How do you feel about appearances and visiting with family?
It's what it is. I mean, my family's okay. I mean, just don't let me do anything fun. I just have to go to this school and take etiquette classes, and it's boring stuff.
I'm gonna call you two back in just a moment, okay? Don't worry. I'm thinking of something up here, okay?
Also, tell your little orc friend that he's wide open.
Okay, so it goes silent on the con when you switch them off, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
But you see the orc kind of quickly pulling his head back in, closing the doors.
So I don't like the age difference between Michael and Melly, but she's just gonna pull some crap if we force her back.
Well, I mean, if we deliver her, we deliver her.
Well, what I'm saying is we make a bargain. We just need her to go back, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a problem what she does after.
Well, that's the point. But she's going to have people on her after that. So, why don't we help rebrand the Hell Raiders? We have Melly stay home for just until after the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Just then. And then after that, we've already been paid at that point. It's out of our hair.
Yeah, we don't really... The brief here is... We bring Melly. We get paid. We say that we eliminated the Hell Raiders. We get paid again. The next day, whatever Melly does is Melly's problem, not ours.
Mm-hmm. I'm okay with running a grift if you are.
I have no problem.
Velvet? Shouldn't be any bloodshed if we do it right.
Fair. My other alternative thought was I'd dart in, knock her out, and drag her back.
And that was my other thought too.
Yeah, that was... I just want this to be as smooth as possible.
Oh yeah, I agree. I don't want to
And-
get shot or killed. But,
Well, based on how they're moving right now, we've scared them pretty badly.
I mean, it's really up to whatever's the simplest and most straightforward. I really don't want to have to hurt anybody if I don't have to.
Harley?
I'm not gonna hurt anyone. They're kids.
I know
maybe
that.
Michael.
What I'm saying is maybe you should make the offer because you're a little bit more compelling than I am.
Ah, all right, fine.
And
All right.
their phones start to ring again.
They answer. All right,
Hey.
what do you want now?
Michael, right?
Yes.
I have a proposition for you.
Let's hear it.
Michael, what do you think about making all of your problems go away without any unnecessary injuries?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. What's your suggestion?
You see, we've been tasked to take Melly back and make the Hell Raiders quote-unquote disappear. Now, people are a little vague on their wording of how disappear should be. And I would just like to emphasize this is a one-time offer, Michael. So you think very clearly. We're offering to help you and the Hell Raiders basically turn into a different group. Make the Hell Raiders disappear, but you keep on your little club activities just under a different name. In the meantime, we're gonna need to borrow Melly for a day or two.
3 weeks at most.
At most. And after that time period, you guys can do whatever the hell you want.
Okay. So you guys take Melly, and the Hell Raiders turns into a different gang, and none of us need to die, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Not even a bullet fired.
Not even a single scratch.
And she's like, Michael, don't you know? I am not going anywhere with these people. I don't know if they're supposed to take me back or not. Like, no way, I'm not going.
Melly, would you like us to patch in your mother? We can, of course, hang up the phone.
Michael, you hang up right now.
If you hang up, Michael,
we'll just go ride somewhere.
if you hang up, your little friends are gonna start disappearing one by one in front of you.
And he just holds up his hand to Melly like, Jonathan, Bert, take Melly out the front gates. He's like, Michael, no, don't you? And they just come up there, grab her, and hauls her off towards where Harley is standing right outside.
By this time, I'm now standing in front of the gates. I've walked towards the gate.
The gates opens, and Jonathan and the orc you saw earlier are like, here you go. He just like shoves her in your direction. It closes the gates.
Oh, immediately catch this girl and be like,
yeah, she has no way of escaping you. You can probably walk faster than she can run.
Over the comm,
yeah.
Michael hears, I'm proud of you.
All right.
From the hole, they hear this echo. Good doing business with you.
He also hears good choice.
All right. I'm assuming you... Michael hangs up at that point and like... he said, guys, we're going to do some repainting. And then he hangs up the call.
I'm gonna look down at Melly, who's probably currently pouting.
Oh, she
Suddenly.
is furious at just about everyone.
Yeah, I look at her and I say, "See, Melissa, this is what boys do. Teenage boys. Boys that are barely men. They're not cool at all. At the first sight of danger, and if they can bargain you for that danger, they will leave you."
She answers you with some rude commentary, and as you gather up and pack her and yourselves into the rover, I'm assuming, because you need to, drive her home.
Yeah.
There's like, there's a mix of pleading, there's a mix of pouting, yelling at you, trying to threaten you with her dad. Like, do you know who my parents are? You will be in big trouble when they find out you've taken me. And
He like Fenris,
Harley is
stomps on the
Harley is
brake.
just ignoring Melissa and just changing away from the yukata to a suit.
yeah,
Fenris like slams on the brakes while we're still in the Barrens, and he pulls out his phone and he dials the Mrs. Johnson.
she picks up and like, hello? Yes, you have news for me?
Lady Carrington, we have your daughter. Her kidnappers are being dealt with as I speak.
Sounds good.
Where can we meet you? She worries that we are kidnapping her as well.
And in the background, like, my mother will see you all skinned. And do you... you can hear, this can be, she's loud enough that her mom could hear it over your comm link.
I go, Miss Carrington, please quiet down. I'm about to put your mother on the speaker. He attaches it to the Bluetooth.
Like, as if you're putting my mom on, and then there's like, coming from over the speaker, like, Melissa Sarah Carrington, you will sit down and be quiet. And she's like, all color drains from her face, and she's like, oh shit.
Language, lady.
No, she doesn't say, it's just like the expression on her face, like,
Yeah, just Harley's just looking at Melissa like.
I was just telling your mother that the gang that kidnapped you is currently being removed.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Where would you like to meet us, Miss Carrington?
Yes. I'll send over an address to you. Take her there. I'll be waiting. And there's a pling as a text message comes in with an address in the nicer part of town, of course.
Thank you. And I hang up the phone, and as I turn around, I go, the next time you want to date a gangbanger, make sure they know what they're doing.
She doesn't say anything. She's just like, how am I going to get out of this? How am I going to get out of this? She has much bigger concerns right now than what her boyfriend is or is not doing or being or anything like that.
He takes a deep breath, and he's like, as far as your mother knows, you've been kidnapped.
Okay.
So, if you keep with that, you won't get into too much trouble. You made some poor choices, and a group of people grabbed you.
Okay.
With that information, what you'd like.
Okay. Yeah, okay. That sounds good. Not getting in trouble with the mom is good.
And play to your mom's worry that you've been kidnapped by gangbangers, okay?
Okay. Sure. And as you drive off to this address, I mean, she's very quiet throughout the ride. She and you arrive to what's actually a mansion.
Ooh. Fancy.
And there's with like gate with like a wall around it, a gate, a guard at the gate, and he looks at you as you drive up and buzzes the gate open so you can drive into the mansion. And you pull up in front of the front doors. You see Mrs. Carrington step out, and there's some servants behind her. Like, there's just a big house that needs staff. And well, you can step out with her daughter. Like, here you go.
I am going to step out first. No,
Of course.
now wearing a pressed suit, no katana in sight.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna open the I'm gonna let Melissa step out of the van and the rover and follow her to her mother. Well, basically I'm escorting her to her mother, just to make sure that this little shit doesn't try and make a run for it.
Wise move. She's kind of downcast and subdued, and like, hello, mother. And Mrs. Carrington is like, Melissa, you are in so much trouble. You will go to your room right this instant while I sort out business with these nice people, and then I will sort out business with you. She points to the doors behind her, where one of the maids, presumably her lady's maid, comes down and escorts Melissa into the house. And then she turns to you guys and like, I am so grateful. I don't even have words. So quick, just a few days, and then right there she is. Like, what had happened? Has she run off? Was she kidnapped? What happened?
Well, Mrs. Carrington, we arrived just in time to rescue your daughter from your kidnappers. And of course,
good.
we dealt with them as you asked.
Of course.
There will be no more of those Hell Raiders that they called themselves previously. Rest assured.
Hell Raiders, huh? Such colorful, fanciful names. Well, I'm glad that they are just now not even a footnote in history.
Of course.
Of course, your payment. Just a moment, and she reaches into her sleeve and pulls out a cred stick.
Mm-hmm.
And cred sticks come in different colors, depending on how much money you can put on the maximum. This is a black cred stick. It can hold up to $1 million.
Woo.
So
Black cred stick.
this woman doesn't even know what kind of money she's swinging around. Like,
Yeah. Like,
Internally, I'm like, whoo, that cred stick though. But on the outside, I'm just smiling pleasantly.
she enters into the sum quickly on it and reaches to touch it to your cred stick so that the transfer can be made.
Okay.
And blip, just like that, you have a whole lot more money.
Yep.
and
Enough to live well for quite a while or buy some really sweet gear.
I getting out of the car now, coming around, would like to approach Mrs. Carrington. I come up to her and I say, try to go easy on her. Remember, you only have so much time and you never know what'll be taken from you. And he slides his he reaches out with the cyber limb. It's like, we can protect our kids.
Yeah. We can protect our kids.
speaking of which, the thing that protected your kid was my car, and he just points to the 2 bullet holes in it.
And she looks over and her eyes goes wide and like, oh my, well,
Yes,
I will remember the good job you made, and she seems to be safe and sound and in one piece. So, indeed, I will remember you if I have need of services in the future.
Also, just remember, with the Hell Raiders gone, there's going to be a void of power in that area, so something new would pop up in a couple weeks.
Oh,
So
I'm sure it will. I don't really keep track of that sort of thing. I mean, gangs come and go. There's always violence on the streets, but over here, things are nice and quiet. Nice gates, police patrolling. There's no problems here, but yeah, I've heard it's rough out there. You should take care now, and I'll remember what you said about going easy on her. I am being kidnapped can't be easy on someone. That's true.
She made some poor decisions, but she's also a victim as well. Just remember that.
I will keep that in mind. Now, if you excuse me, I need to address my daughter.
Of course, Mrs. Carrington. It was a pleasure being able to help you.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure having you working for me. It's you have a good day now. And
You too, Mrs. Carrington,
around.
and take care of Melissa now.
I will. And then she turns around and walks into her home. And you guys are free to drive off with a shitload of money.
Let's get out of here.
That's as soon as like we're at least like 3 blocks away, Harley's gonna be like, "Whoo, shit! I can buy a better apartment, maybe even a house."
Did Velvet load up his bike into the car with us for this drop-off?
Nope.
Okay,
Nope,
so
it's still back there.
opening the comms to Velvet and just going, I'm sorry that we didn't utilize your skills more. I think there was a lot of tongue lashings that needed to happen. And
That's fine. I mean, we get paid either way.
I definitely want to go back to those kids and just, oh Jesus, these kids.
Yeah.
All right.
Fixed world problems.
Yep.
So we're gonna round up here. You did this mission just about the time I had considered for it. Not in the way I had considered for
I
it.
was gonna say, I thought there was gonna be some espionage to this, or like
Shadowrun parenting
shadow
edition.
running. It was just parenting.
Like I put on the title of the stream, "The Missing Debutant Part 1."
And it turned out to be a one-parter.
Turned out to be just the missing debutante.
Yeah. So, wow, that was hilarious. Whoever said that players are chaotic were right.
Yep.
Yep.
So, I'm assuming we're gonna do our outros and
Yeah.
promotions.
Yeah, everyone, thanks again for watching us here on False Moon streaming Shadowrun, the missing debutante that turned out to be just a delinquent trying to be cool and choosing the wrong boyfriend.
What a shitty dude.
Yeah.
I want to punch him in the face so much.
Yeah,
mean
I
I could
wanted,
just
I
get out
wanted
of
to
there?
at
She's
least
15.
I wanted to at least have a chance to maybe like tap Michael, but didn't happen. Whatever. But I hope you guys enjoyed this. If you want to help our channel, help us grow, support our channel, support our actors especially, please subscribe to us here on Twitch, or you can during any time during our lives, you can give us tips, and it will go a long way to helping us keep running the stream. Other than that, we have another game for you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are going to be running Overworlds Episode 3, which is going to be the follow-up of what happened after they've uncovered this illegal necromancy business in Arcane. We'll see how the vampire lord of Arcane takes to illegal stuff in his domain. We'll see. And then after that, we also have Call of the Netherdeep, a campaign that is campaign by Critical Role that is going to be played by our GM Sadako as well as Crimson Galaxy, Anna, Tabitha, and Scythron. And of course, Overworld is going to be run by the amazing Noise Stream, and it'll be once again me, Phoenix Writes TV. Yeah, I know you're gonna get sick of me one of these days, and Cobalt Rampage as well as Julian. So it's gonna be a great game. The weekend is always packed full of whatever stream we can cram down your weekends. It's never boring. But as I said, this is the end of our stream, and I hope you had fun with us. See you for the next run. And once again, I am Phoenix Writes TV here. Phoenix Writes with 2 S's on Twitter. If you want to know any updates about what's happening with me, check me out on Twitter. Check out Fool's Moon on Twitter as well. We do updates on upcoming streams and all the good stuff. Shadowfriend.
Yes. So I run this game. It's the only one right now. Looking to branch out. We'll see how that goes. Sir Shadowfriend on Twitter. And there you can also find a link to my Ko-fi if you want to make a little donation to me. And I'll be running Shadowrun here pretty much all summer, as it looks.
Yep, you're stuck with us.
So, Zach, you're next.
Hey everybody, if you enjoyed me, the sound of my voice, and you like indie content, come join me on Schedule for Launch, where I talk with indie developers about the amazing projects that they have created. You can find me on Twitter at Schedule for Launch, and if you are a fan of Pokemon, make sure you check out the next episode coming out on Tuesday, where I talk with Marshall of Iron Echo Games about his amazing Pokemon game, Pokemon Tales. It's a lot of fun. It was a great conversation, so join us then. I guess it's down to you, Don.
All right. So I'm Don. You can find me on Twitter at GamesDam or Damn Good Games. We work primarily on a lot of tabletop RPG content. Our big project that we're working on is a West Marches 5e campaign that I'm co-hosting with a close friend. And yeah, we have a lot of things in the works. We have a podcast, and yeah, that's pretty much what I got.
Awesome. So that was all of our players, and once again, this is us signing off for this run, and we'll see you again on the next run. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Yep.
Bye.